guys, what's going on? FYMApon here, and welcome back to Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Since we last left off, if I do recall correctly, we had done a quest for Battle Bliss, and we handled the Harem of Ardent Dreams, I believe. Or was it that? I can't remember, but we basically dealt with the nobility of the upper floor, so yeah, we're doing quite well for ourselves, I would argue. For this stream, what we're going to be doing is we will be... I guess the best thing to describe it would be we would be... What's the word? I can't remember. Put simply, we are just going to keep scaling up and just doing our duty and just doing miscellaneous quests, but I digress. Without further ado, let's just get into things and see what happens. I will be a little bit more quiet because it is a little late. So, just so you're aware, if you're wondering why I'm a bit more reserved in my conversation, that is the reason why. I'm trying to keep myself toned down, because it's a little bit late. But I digress. Shouldn't be all that bad. Alright. So, for Dimensional Stride, we'll have to leave that alone until we do another rest. But that's going to be something that we'll have to do in due time because, well, there's no real good way to regenerate. There's no real good way to recharge our arcane reservoirs. Unless, of course, we get an infinite amount, which I think you can get if you get a mythic level in, which we're not going to be doing. Thankfully, we've got plenty of other stuff available to us when it comes to gear, so we have options available to us. It's just a matter of actually utilizing it and whatnot, but I digress. Alright. So, first on our list of many things that we've got to do, I think going to the House of Wicked Knowledge is in our best interest. And I believe we need to do that with Bravor. So what we'll do here is we'll open up Toy Box. We will vote here and recruit Bravor. There we go. Bravor is now with us. We will save this under 55. And we'll just call it quest time, because why not? Alright. Character-wise, let's see. How's our skill checks looking? We got 30s across, well, nearly 30s across the board, so we're doing well there. We've got Knowledge World looking nice, but yeah, we've got to scale up Athletics Mobility. Here we go. Let's do this. Locks familiar. These locks are used by monster traders in Atpesh who want to ensure their most powerful beasts stay in their cages. It can't be forced, but one delicate twist of a knife and... Alright. Nice. A hunt is a clash between the hunter's cunning and the shrewdness of the prey. When the prey expects a trap, the hunter's acumen is put to the test by trying to subvert such expectations. Lotus has proven he understands this fundamental principle. The commander bursts through the front door and freezes. For all the tales about the mansion supposedly becoming a citadel, no one is there to assault the unwanted guests. There are no flying arrows, no chilling battle cries, and the expensive furniture hasn't been turned into makeshift barricades. The commander and his companions, himself and Wilbur, or whatever his name is, carefully examine the luxurious antechamber. There are two doors leading deeper into the mansion. One bears a symbol of a mirror, and the other a symbol of a knife. There's a blade pigeon feathered front of the doors, note that contains 2 words. Welcome, assassin. The commander recalls that the bloody feather is the symbol of Shax, the Blood Marquis. This demon lord is infamous for luring his victims into labyrinths full of deadly traps. The door slams shut loudly behind him. The commander... Let's go with the mirror symbol. Stepping through the doorway, the commander suddenly feels nauseous, and an icy chill runs across his skin. His intuition screams that he has just passed through an interplanar portal, and he instantly loses all sense of direction and balance. It seems the rooms of this mansion occupy different layers of reality, and among these portals, unite them into an elaborate labyrinth, where a single wrong turn is enough to lose one's way entirely. Greed and arrogance are traits inherited to almost all demons, and the lord of the mansion seems eager to prove himself without equal in the indulgence of both these vices. The door leads to a magnificent sitting room. It hasn't been furnished in a manner indicative of tasteful refinement. The lamp's reflections sparkle on the gilded furniture. The floor is covered in elaborate mosaics. The shelves are full of expensive trinkets. As if all this luxury wasn't enough, the whole room is reflected back, again in the giant mirror that covers the entire ceiling. As soon as the commander enters, the mirror's surface ripples, starting to bubble, bulge and ooze like molasses. Its sticky tendrils towards the outsiders. The single touch from those appendages pierce the flesh, the sepulchral chill. We can attempt to defend ourselves using profane rituals, attempt to break the mirror with a powerful blow, or look around searching for cover. I'm going to go with the most reliable, which is athletics in this case. We attempt to break the mirror with a powerful blow. With a furious cry, Stein strikes the mirror with all his might, and the surface shatters with a deafening clang. The shards fall down in a glittering waterfall, smashing into tiny fragments on impact. By right, the trophies from the battlefield belong to the victor. The commander invokes that right and fills his purse with a considerable number of gold trinkets that any merchant would gladly barter for more useful items. There are 3 doors that lead out from the room, occupied by the strange carnivorous mirror. The commander decides to open one bearing the symbol of a crooked knife. But we get golden chain with diamonds, golden earrings, gilded horn, gold medallions, and ruby rings. So we basically got a bunch of treasure. They say that pets reflect the character and disposition of their owners. If this is true, then the lord of the mansion is truly cruel and perverse disposition. The commander enters a spacious cellar filled with scattered bones and cages. All of them are wide open. The creature they once contained are free roaming the room. They all come from different planes. Some are monsters, some are mere animals, some are intelligent species, yet all of them shamble around aimlessly. They pant loudly, and drool drips from their slack jaws and open mouths. Their horribly mutilated and scarred heaps provide evidence as to the reason for this behavior. A merciless surgeon has opened their skulls and taken out most of their brains, leaving only the bits that govern the most base instinct, such as hunger. These creatures are very hungry indeed. We can either distract them, slip past them, or scare away them. I'm going to go with the most powerful option, and we're going to scare them away. Stein bursts out of the shadows with a spectacular leap and lands in the center of the room. He draws his weapon and quickly puts several of the closest monsters out of their misery. He produces such a wild and bloodthirsty howl that even these mindless wretches are shaken to their core. Squealing pathetically, they hurry back into their cages, huddling in fear. The way is now free. The commander decisively reaches out to the mark symbol of a mirror. Oh, we've already been in this room, so we're going to go to the tooth-filled maw. Everyone makes mistakes. The difference between an amateur and an expert is simply that the expert knows how to hide those mistakes in some deep, dark hole. It seems the commander has found a place where the lord of the mansion hides his mistakes. The walls of this room are splattered with blood up to the ceiling, and the floor is shaped like a funnel. There's a stand for steel poles with bloody hooks at the ends. Gravediggers use such tools to drag dead plague victims onto their corpse cars. With a sudden click, the stone floor turns to ice, causing the commander to slip and slide down towards the giant gap in the center of the room, where it is now possible to discern a maw. It is a giant round mouth with hundreds of long sharp teeth, a massive throat, and a staggeringly foul odor of hundreds and hundreds of decaying corpses. This maw is a gigantic corpse eater, which gorges itself on the residents' failed and unseen experiments. We can either run away, climbing up the slippery slopes, we can decide to fight the monster, looking for its most vulnerable spot, or we can try to restrain the monster by wedging a steel pole between its jaws. We're gonna fight the monster, looking for its most vulnerable spot. Stein narrows his eyes and jumps straight towards the gaping maw of the beast. What first seemed like a suicidal act turns out to be flawlessly calculated attack. Stein delivers a deadly blow to the creature's inner organs, causing something inside to burst with a loud squelch. With a chilling shriek, the monster dies, and its frightful jaws stop moving forever. Something glimmers faintly within the fallen beast, catching the commander's eye. The crusader who is brave enough to delve inside the carnivorous monster is rewarded with a trinket that must have belonged to one of its victims. Apparently, the trinket was too durable to be chewed up and digested within the monster's putrid stomach. 3 doors with different symbols lead them from the monster's lair. On reflection, the commander decides to open the one bearing the symbol of... let's go with a pair of scales. No matter how gleefully the lord of this place mutilates flesh, he is first and foremost a scientist. And a scientist, by definition, is a madman who can put shame any giggling maniac with a knife. Therefore, it comes as no surprise that his laboratory is furnished with care and order. There is no hint of the tawdry luxury found in the other rooms. There's a multitude of flasks and vials with potions resting on the tables, and the cupboards are full of jars containing brains of all shapes and colors. As the door closes behind the commander's back, a huge silvery autoclave opens with a wheezing clang, emitting a wave of foul-smelling brine. A hideous homunculus covered in glistening slime crawls out of the autoclave. His liquid, malleable body constantly grows new limbs, eyes, and mouths, as though breathing the bits and pieces it no longer requires. It seems the monster can't decide what shape it should take. It stares at the commander with malevolent intelligence. It seems it has better mental faculties than most alchemy-produced creatures. The homunculus skipples repulsively as it grabs a vial full of acid and aims it at the commander's head. 1 second. We can either start throwing flasks of potion at the homunculus, attack the nimble monster, hoping to corner and finish it, or we can scare it off. Let's attack the nimble monster, hoping to corner and finish it. There we go. The homunculus proves surprisingly agile as it scampers around the laboratory, growing more and more limbs. It's impossible to get a hold of the creature's moist, slimy skin. At long last, employing all of his cunning, Stein traps the nimble homunculus in a corner, catches it, and wrings its fragile neck. With a gurgling sound, the monster attempts to change its shape one last time, then it goes limp forever. The commander uses this chance to search the laboratory and manages to produce an entire satchel of useful potions and bombs. Stepping over the wreckage of this expensive lab equipment and shattered glass, the commander pauses before the 3 doors eventually choose the one with the symbol of... We've already done the tooth-filled maw, so I guess a full moon. We also get some potions, so that's nice. The commander enters a magnificent bedroom and then ends up knee-deep into a seemingly bottomless pile of soft blankets and fuzzy rugs. plump featherbeds, and other covers of all sorts, shapes, and sizes. They allure and promise the sweetest dreams, if only Stein would lie down and close his eyes. It's a dangerous temptation. Anyone who allows these fluffy killers to put them in a sleep won't wake up ever again. They'll crawl out over their victim, piling up around them, and then suffocate and smother them to death. Chopping through the featherbed with his blade, the commander sees glistening flesh. Thick ichor oozes out from the rend of fabric. Yet no book has ever mentioned such a strange, bizarre creature. The commander can only guess that this is the result of a strange experiment on some predatory swarm organism. It disguises itself as something harmless, and then preys on those it lures close. The commander decides that the best decision would be to either carve a path, start a fire, or to find and destroy the leader of this strange swarm. I'm going to find and destroy the leader of this strange swarm. The rugs bleed when carved up with a blade. They are a swarm or a pack, and therefore may have a leader. Stein surges forward, allowing the hungry mass to smolder and bury him under its weight. The doggedly presses forward, presses ahead. At last he finds a large purple cluster of flesh that resembles a giant brain. When touched, it wobbles and quivers like jelly. Stein splits it open with a single decisive blow, and the wounded creature emits a barely audible high-pitched squeal. The rug swarm bulges and convulses in pain, dying in terrible agony. It seemed these creatures had an invisible link, and destroying the brain doomed the whole brood. The commander decides to search the place. Who knows what secret compartments have been hidden beneath this repulsive mass of fabric and flesh. The search reveals a disguised niche, and inside it is a stack of papers. These are the journals of a mad surgeon who researched the brains of living creatures. The experiments described on these pages are as repulsive as they are enlightening, for any who isn't too squeamish to finish the reading. 2 doors with different symbols lead to from the master bedroom. The commander decides he would rather take his chances behind the one with... So we received more vivisector notes. So if you do this, you can get this note, which is really good if you're going the vivisector route. We're going to go with the boiling cauldron. Commander walks into an enormous kitchen. There are massive cauldrons with shiny polished sides, and a tiny green flame flickers within a magical oven. The aroma of delicious spices beckon from the countless cupboards and shelves that line the walls. However, as soon as the commander enters the room, the cauldron's lids fly up in the air, blown off in powerful explosion. Nasty grayish-pink slime oozes out of the oven cauldrons, swelling up like a dough. The slime flows down onto the floor, gathering up into a massive clotted cluster, which then begin to crawl towards the commander. Stein has never seen or read about such creatures before. It is reasonable to suggest that this was an outcome of a complicated and perverted magical experiment. This carnivorous slime was captured in a cave, subject to magical transformation, and fed entirely with brain tissue. We can either burn it in a magical oven, search the kitchen for a poisonous concoction to use against the creature, or we could search for escape route. We are going to... We could cook it in a magical oven, but we're actually gonna... I don't want to cook it, to be honest. No, let's search the kitchen for a poisonous concoction to use it against it. Avoiding the slime's attacks, Stein rummages into drawers until he finds what he's looking for. A few copper flasks filled with caustic salt. He jumps onto the table and generously spills the salt around himself. The moment a single grain of salt lands on a slimy monster, the creature begins to bubble, darken, and shrivel. In a matter of moments, all that remains of the creature is a glistening oily fill on the floor. After meticulously examining the food on the undisturbed shelves, the commander decides to rest. He takes the opportunity to recuperate and bandage his wounds. It is thinking ahead rather than rushing forward recklessly that separates able tacticians from those who rashly press on and perish. Doors lead from the kitchen, where it is apparently easier to be eaten than to eat. Commander chooses the one that is marked with the symbol of a full moon. And I guess we go to the blazing fire. The commander finds himself in a long stone passage. No traps are triggered by his careful steps. At the end of the passage, his vision grows blurry. The illusion of safety falls apart like a house of cards, revealing an endless fiery field. Ashen mountains, rivers of lava, and magical or magmatic volcanoes. Hot wind scorches his face. It is no different to conclude that this deadly place is the elemental plane of fire. Ash and volcanic rock tremble beneath the commander's feet, but walking on it seems safe enough for now. The only escape route is the distant three-way arch of rough-hewn stone, containing the three familiar doors. However, in order to reach it, the commander must find a way past the river of fire, in which tiny islets of porous stone are just barely visible. The river spews out tongues of roaring flame that land on the banks, crystallize into dark glass. As a result, both banks on the river have become steep, jagged cliffs of obsidian. The commander has nothing left to do, but he can either get to the other side by jumping from islet to islet, cross using the rocks scattered about the place, or to walk up along the bank looking for a ford, guided by his knowledge. The religion... Well, let's not jump. We'll go around. Stein remembers a few tales of travelers who have survived the Plane of Fire, and decides to venture forth along the fiery riverbank. The trek is long and dangerous, but after a couple of hours, he finally finds what he's been looking for. A strip of hardened black glass arcing across the stream of lava like a volcanic bridge. Stein carefully makes his way across the other side using the makeshift bridge, and climbs up to the stone arches. After reaching the stone portals, the commander has to decide which of the three doorways to enter. Eventually, he settles on one with the symbol of a rod. The door doesn't budge. The commander forces it open with his weight and enters the same hall where his dangerous expedition first began. The cozy, comfortable setting is in no way hints at the nightmares that awaited the commander inside the mansion. The door outside is wide open, and through the doorway, dark figures can be seen clutching weapons. All of this was nothing but a warm-up. The final decisive battle is still to come. The commander prepares for a fight as he steps outside the accursed mansion. I see. The leader of Gang of Demons is grotesquely disfigured. Even by the standards of the Abyss, a disproportionately large and bloated head rests on a tiny, distant-formed body covered in bumps and furrows, like a shriveled walnut. It seems at first to be a mane of hair standing up on end, is revealed upon closer inspection to be a bone of needles sticking out from his pale, blistered skin. Where the mouth should be, there is instead a bony plate formed from yellowing teeth that have grown together. It protrudes out from his torn, lacerated lips. His voice appears to come from a slobbering, undulating hole in his neck, just beneath his chin.
More bloody larvae showing up at my place. Getting very tired of these visits.
What a freak. Even I feel somewhat conflicted.
Would kill this creature be an act of cruelty or mercy?
I do not wish to show mercy to the scum that set me up. Who are you? A snort of derision escapes from the creature's throat, and he makes a dismissive gesture with his hand, his dirty nails cursing into long, thin spirals.
You don't even know who you've decided to challenge. Let these words herald your imminent death, outsider. I am Willidus, the wizard confidant and advisor to Lady in the Shadow. I am also known as the Vivisector.
Rebor smirks, not bothering to hide his contempt. So many words. I'll simply call you a corpse. Less impressive sounding, perhaps, but easy to remember. And why did you turn your house into a trap?
I was expecting assassins, and therefore I prepared a warm welcome for such guests. I trust that you appreciated my vivarium. When I'm finished with you, you shall become a new decoration for my palace. Another test for those who follow you. You will be mine. Some of you will be mindless pets, and the more attractive ones, I may use you for other needs.
The monstrosity giggles lecherously. The sound is shrill and repulsive, like metal against glass. Did you create the monsters I found in the mansion? Demon cackles with glee and replies scornfully.
You call them monsters, silly boy. What could you possibly know about it? Those are masterpieces of vivisection. Impossible creations conceived not by nature, but born by my scalpel, needle, and magic.
So who do you think wants you dead?
My enemies are many and dangerous. I could spend an eternity guessing, but there's no need for that. Once I've killed you, I'll soak your warm little brains in my concoctions, and read the names of my enemies like a tea leaves in their wrinkled patterns. And then I'll have a lovely dinner.
There's a greedy, predatory gleam in those tiny eyes, buried deep within the folds of wrinkled flesh. Why do you put a hit on Darazan and give Bravor a faulty magical weapon? The demon hisses in frustration, spittle flying from the hole in his neck.
Nonsense. Why would I want that idiot dead? What possessed him to think I'm the one who put a hit out on it? How dare you, pathetic amateurs, even think that the scheme of mine might possibly fail? If I truly wanted to kill Darazan, he'd be long gone. But no, I don't give a damn about anyone from the swarm of locusts.
I expected such an answer.
For some reason, whenever I corner these scoundrels and demand a reckoning, none of them are brave enough to own up to their crimes. And they never go quietly when I slit their throats.
What do you think, Greybor? Dwarf shrugs and says thoughtfully.
Usually, I'm quite capable of detecting lies, but this ugly wretch is impossible to read. Why does it matter anyways? Even if he's not lying, we do well to get rid of him. He just tried to kill us in his mansion. Besides, will he ever sleep well knowing this monstrosity is live somewhere?
The words reek of deceit. The demon's cloudy eyes flare with anger, and his smug giggle gives way to a low, menacing growl.
Soon we shall find out what your tiny, ridiculous, worm-eaten brain smells like. Take him out.
Dwarf grins ominously, and he looks at the demon. There's no mercy in his eyes.
I won't lie. I've been waiting for this moment. Tomorrow morning, my reputation will be spotless once again. Sweet dreams.
Alright, let's do this. Okay, looks like they're trying to come at me. Failing miserably to take us out, though. Well, I mean, we got our rage up. We're gonna use Come and Get Me here, because I think we can actually afford that. It's not like they have a higher hit rate than us, so I'll be taking advantage of that completely. We'll focus on Willidus here. As long as I can get him staggered, that's enough for me. And if we 5-foot every now and again, we should be fine. Alright, Bravor's down, but that's fine. Focus on Willidus. And then we'll just leave them to their full attacks accordingly. Yep. Damn, they are in for a world of hurt. And that just leaves him. Projection is that of a tall female demon. Like many of her kind, she seems slimmer and less stocky in build. Upon closer examination, you realize that her thinness is caused by extreme emaciation, which makes her look like a withered tree. The skin on her neck and wrists bear the marks of shackles. Her body is covered with flaming seals of Baphoment. Lowering her eyes, the demon addresses you quietly. Allow me to congratulate you. What work you've made of Willidus proves you are a true professional. I am Orzala. On behalf of the Demon's Assassins Guild, I congratulate Greyboar on completing this contract. You fulfilled the order we received for Wildus' murder. Therefore, you have the right to collect the bounty, even though you're not a guild member yourself. I'm sure you also have many questions about what happened. I doubt our guild is hard to find. There is a notice board at its entrance, where the assassination contracts are posted. Who are you? I am Horzala, Baphoment's daughter. Projection looks you in the eye and adds an aggravated whisper. Horzala, not Hepsamira. She is my elder sister, and I doubt you're able to recognize or appreciate the true extent of my misfortune. I am also known in Lushnira as the assistant and right hand of Yaz, the head of the Assassin's Guild. You know what happened here. I may know a thing or two, but we should discuss these matters inside the guild, not in public. What's going on over here, the corpses? Why don't you come here and speak to us face to face instead of projecting illusions? Or are you afraid we won't like your answers? We'll make you join Willidus. At the sight of the demon's sour expression, Greyboar gives an aggressive snort. Well, we'll pay a visit to the Assassin's Guild soon. Thank you for your answer. The bounty awaits you. Not sure what reward awaits us, but I truly hope it's a considerable sum of gold, not meager payment served up at the end of a blade. Agreed. But alas, we managed to succeed rather quickly, so that's good. Anything special? We get Windfall. +1 luck bonus on attack rolls and all saving throws. I guess that's okay. We get Wind Breath, which is initiative, I believe. Yep. And the rest is subpar loot, so there you go. Okay. What we're going to do is we are going to kick out Greyboar for now, until we get to the quest part of things. We did rest technically, but I think it was just a full heal is what it was. Kind of sucks that it's only a full heal, but you know, what can you do, huh? Okay. Is there anything else around here? I don't think there is. Yeah, nothing here. I think there was like a fight somewhere up here, but I could be wrong. It's been a while. Like, there's some attempt at an assassination somewhere. I think it's already been resolved, though. But I will check all the same. Yeah, no, there's nothing here. I figured, but never hurts to check. We'll, skedaddle. We'll go over to the second layer, which I believe is where we need to go. Because I roughly know where we need to go. It's just been a while. Let's see. We need to go over to... Yeah, we need to go to Flesh Markets here. This is where we need to go. Alright, I guess we go over to the portal here. Where do I need to go? We should save here, because this is probably going to lead to a fight. Here we go. Just another fight on top of everything. Nice try. Okay, first, we'll activate Come and Get Me. Act Combat Expertise, just to have it extra. Deal with the Cambion Bard here. 5 foot back. And coax them into a situation where they're going to be attacking us quite a lot. Hey. We'll focus on the enraged citizen here. Let them full attack now. Oh, there he goes, flying. Oh, I gotta love that funny momentum. Alright, we'll focus on the Merilith Conqueror. Here we go. Basically, both of them stunned. Focus on you. Done. I've only got 1 round left. Okay. Short bow. Enraged Citizen has the Rumbling Falchion, which gives us a +5 Thundering Falchion with a +5 to CMB checks over Sunder. Oh no, it just gives a +5 competence bonus to CMB in general. And whenever you use a Sunder arm maneuver, you gain a +1 circumstance bonus to AC for a round. In addition, whenever the wielder attempts a cleave action, they don't get a -2 to AC. Huh. Interesting. Not needed, but it's still something. And I believe... Okay. How the hell did I get up here? Okay, I guess I'm up here now. That's very weird. Mobility DC 42, damn. Okay, we're gonna save here, because we do have a 32, so that's 50-50. We roll twice and take the better result anyway, so... Let's load. Good thing I saved. I do kind of want to complete these, so that way I can get the experience accordingly. And technically I could just teleport, so... Here we go. We'll make 2 checks, so that way we get 10k experience. And then we'll just... Okay, can't warp down. But I can make the roll here now, so I will save just in case. Here we go. Wait, hold on. Oh, I'm rolling 3 times, apparently, and taking the best results. Interesting. Nice. That's cool. Okay, but anyways... Okay, here it is. Okay, we will... Okay, we just need to visit the Assassin's Guild with Greyboar, so we will first go into remote, bring out Greyboar once more, save, and then we'll continue on with him. Alright. A lot of assassins, to say the least. Okay, I guess we talk with Horzala and Yaz here. Let's do it. Oh, no, we talk with Yaz. The demon standing before you clearly has a penchant for jewelry. His fingers are covered in rings, 3 gold chains encircle his neck, and 4 bejeweled earrings sparkle in each of his ears. However, such exquisite adornments are not enough to hide the fact that he is a hardened warrior and a ruthless killer. His face and hands are covered in long, badly healed scars, whose as gracefully as those most skilled swordmen. The demon's lips curl with a satisfied sneer as he greets you loudly. Look who's here. It's the arrogant Galarian who disposed of our poor Willidus. He catches your eye and frowns slightly, giving a pointed glance toward his bodyguards. You aren't about to do something really stupid and start a massacre here, right? Can we just talk? Who are you? The leader of this gang of assassins? The demon gives a dignified nod. Yes, I'm proud of it. The abyss is full of butchers and monsters, so anyone choosing to be an assassin among the monsters and butchers commands a high level of respect. If they live long enough to make a name for themselves, of course. My guild attracts assassins from many planes. No one hires us for simple things, like murdering noisy neighbors, or cutting the throats of a cheating merchant. I'm sure you know it's easier and cheaper to do it that yourself. There's no need to get assassins involved. If someone turns into an assassin, it means that the victim is a dangerous, cunning, and well-protected target. I've heard about you, Yos. You're the head of a highly reputable guild that operates on many planes, besides the Abyss. Many of my colleagues would consider it an honor to work alongside you. Unlike myself. This horned thing is one of yours, isn't it? Horzala? Yes, this little demoness is one of my most useful servants. Besides, it's so very prestigious to have a daughter of Baphoment working under you. Yaz glanced at the horned demon with a mix of condescension and possessiveness. She stares fixed to this floor. Yes, master, I am your servant. For a fleeting moment, you notice a shadow of angry displeasure cross her face. A spark of fear flashes in Yaz's eyes, like a boy who's realized that he's gone too far when testing the patience of his parents. I see, so, in a way, he's being manipulated by Horzala, or there's something going on there. I wish to know the truth. Yaz raises his hands apologetically. Pearl rings glitter on his fingers. Fine, fine. I was the one who actually gave Greyboar assignments. I needed to light a little fire underneath this cauldron where so many minions of demon lords are being mixed together. I ordered him to murder those demons in Canabras, and I put a hit out on Darazand. Although that ugly idiot doesn't bother me at all, but he was an ugly idiot indeed, and a vengeful one to boot. That's why I gave Greyboar a dagger that was only supposed to wound the Baelor. And that is why using Willidus' name was important. It was the perfect hand of cards. Darazan survived after suffering a painful, humiliating wound by a mortal's hand. No offense, of course. The Baelor couldn't simply let that go, and so he started a vendetta against Willidus, dragging other Discarites into it. And that was my goal all along, because Willidus was my real target. A target that was very difficult to reach. Don't seem to revel in his own cleverness. He smirks and smiles with a smug satisfaction. The dwarf gives a grim chuckle and whispers loudly enough to be heard. People like you are why assassins have such a lousy reputation. No respect for agreements. You acted dishonorably. You expect an assassin to be honorable. What touching naivete. The demon sneers derisively and toys with a grand diamond ring. Catching Greyboar's disapproving stare, he gives a dazzling smile, seemingly pleased to have provoked a reaction. What concerns me is not the contract killing itself, but the fact that I haven't been paid a single coin. You are the head of the Assassin's Guild. Why didn't you send your underlings after Willibus? Yaws grimaces slightly, and replies with visible displeasure. Who says I didn't? I lost a number of capable killers. He collapses himself quickly, and the arrogant smile returns to his face. And yet, as you can see, I found a most elegant and economical way to execute this plan. I won't lie to you. This kind of plotting makes me very proud of my own guile. My assistants made sure that every larva in the city knew about the bounty on Willidus' head. I knew that Greyboar returned to Lucianira and decided to use him. Once more. Just like poor Darazan, he had no idea that he was merely a pawn of mine, just as I envisioned. You didn't linger and paid Willidus a visit. I had no doubt that paranoiac would try to kill anyone who crossed his doorstep, but I expected you overcome him, and I was right. Greyboar snores derisively. I thought your guild had the best contractors. After hearing your story, they sound like amateurs to me. Why did you do all this? For money and power, of course. This has been my primary motivation for many years now. Somebody wanted that old woodlouse dead. Clever Yaz has fulfilled their wish, with the exception of being showered in privileges and treasures. You're getting a share of those privileges and treasures, by the way. I trust you're not going to refuse the reward provided for freelance operatives. Trust me, the sum is considerable. Yaz turns his attention to Greyboar and adds, I haven't forgot about yours either. You'll be rewarded in proportion to your truly astonishing lethality. I'll take your gold, don't worry. The demon flashes his perfect sharp teeth and then snaps his fingers. Suddenly a thick coin purse appears in front of you, smelling of exquisite perfume. I have had no doubt we'd come to an understanding. After all, we share a common language. The language of gold. Since it's what my reputation that was damaged as a result of this plot, I considered it fair to lay claim to 20% of the total fee. It's only fair. Greyboar nods and gives you a grunt of satisfaction. I appreciate your integrity when it comes to business, Stein. As for you, Greyboar, you've proven your competence. As a token apology, allow me to offer you membership of my Assassin's Guild. Consider it the recognition of your talents that you've long desired. I promise you prestige, respect, and truly staggering fees. Of course, I won't demand you sever your current contract. You may claim your well-deserved place in our guild when it expires. So then, what do you say? Will I be welcoming you into the big league? Greyboar turns to you with a very serious expression. His voice is reserved and formal. Stein, we're bound by an active agreement, and therefore I must consult your opinion on this invitation. Are you truly prepared to throw in your lot with demons? With a heavy sigh, the dwarf looks you straight in the eye. Is there really much of a difference between me and them? They are the product of the worst parts of our mortal souls. They are sin incarnate. Many say the same thing about me. I was never a coward, so I'm not able to admit that my soul is black and evil. I murder others for money, and I will never become a respectable member of society. A friend or a father. but I'm tired of asking for forgiveness for what I am. Here, I will not be judged for my profession. Waveror clenches his fists and mutters through gritted teeth. I'm not the freak monster they think me back on Golarion. How dare they hire me to murder their enemies and then despise me for my profession? They'll treat me differently in the Abyss. The demons respect my skills. They will treat me as a professional, not a criminal or a blackguard. It's strange to say this, but I don't feel out of place here. Have you thought about quitting the business? Become what? A farmer? A butcher? Or maybe an innkeeper? One of those who tell tall tales about their adventures to drunk patrons? My soul is that of a wanderer and a killer. My art is the only source of pride. Abandoning it would make me useless in my own eyes. Believe me, I've already tried to settle down and find an honest job. Nothing good came from it. I'll quit my profession only when I'm judged by Pharasma herself. Well, it's your decision to make. Raybor studies you for a moment, then nods respectfully. Such words make me respect you even more. Believe me, I appreciate your willingness to let this decision be entirely my own. The dwarf does not waste words as he looks to Yaz. Where do I sign? What are you talking about? We're not devils, after all. Splendid. You've got a great future here, my diminutive yet deadly friend. Yaz gives a bored yawn, and there's a note of finality in his tone. Well, that was very enlightening conversation, but I see no reason why we should continue. You've received your answers, and should probably be on your way. Meanwhile, I should be back to be plotting another bloody and violent murder. Good day. After a suspicious glance in Yaz's direction, Raybor turns to you. Indeed, this was an unexpected meeting. If you want to discuss what happened privately, I'm at your service, Commander. We will do that in due time, but for now, I want to quickly roam around here, see if there's anything worth grabbing. I do believe there is one thing we can secure, but we'd actually need to get up here, basically. I do need to check something. Oh, Greyboar's turned into a, probably change that, hold on. Hold on, Greybor, I gotcha. What was the spell here? Hold on. I mean, I could just do a polymorph and that would be it. That's the, one of the two ways you can actually break it. Let's see. Here we go. A potion of break enchantments. D20 plus cast level plus 9 against a DC of 11 plus caster level of the effect. Doesn't specify the cast level, so I'm gonna save here. And worst case, if it doesn't work, it didn't work. I'm not gonna faff around. Fails to spell Baleful Polymorph. Rolled a 18 out of a 26. I need to roll a 17 to 20 to get that dispelled. I suppose I could also use Dispel Magic here. But nah. Closest thing I could get away with is using that, but yeah, no. It's fine. Greybor will just have to stay as a wolf for now. Okay, I do need to check something real quick, though, so I'm going to save here for a moment. pop myself up here. Hello. Let's look around here first before we go any farther. Alright, we loot this. Okay, we managed to get a whole bunch of stuff. Ring of Evasion, some bones, and dust and diamonds, all that good stuff. Heal mass, mine... Yeah. That's some good stuff. I see. So if we teleport up, we can basically go and activate it. Nice. It allows you to go up to the upper floors if you need to. So we didn't waste our teleport for nothing, basically, which is good. We'll go outside here. We'll go from there. Alright. Well, at this point, I just need to kick out Greybor at the moment, so go to the party, move Greybor from our group. See, anything worth noting here? I don't see anything worth grabbing. Although technically there's way more areas around, if we look around, that is. Okay, I'm going to descend down here, I guess. No reason to not, after all. Easy skill checks to get done. There we go. I've already succeeded that, so I don't really need to... Well, I'll go down anyways. Why not? Okay, we go down. Anything here? No. Alright, well, I guess we go talk with Greybor now. We can then arrange a meeting with, yeah, then we arrange a meeting with... God, Ember. That's it. And then we'll go from there. So Greybor would be in the caves here. And yeah, let's go talk with them. Perhaps I should thank you for your help. You've assisted me in dealing with all of your schemes, even though you didn't need to do so. I'm grateful for that. Can you explain to me what kind of mess we've gotten ourselves involved in? Greybor pauses for a moment, and then slowly begins to explain. An anonymous client ordered Yaz, the head of the Assassin's Guild of Evolutionira, to kill Wildus. He tried to take the target down several times, but Wildus turned out to be quite a tough nut to crack. Then Yaws gave me a new anonymous assignment. Kill Darazand and tell him that Willidus sends his best regards. However, Yaws gave me a weapon that could only wound Darazand, not kill him. He hoped it would provoke Darazand and made him angry enough to go kill Willidus himself. Of course, you killed Darazand before he even got a chance to do anything else. When Yaws found out that we were both in the Abyss, and that I'd be eager to talk to Willidus, he started to give me hints as to where to find that fellow. We lived up to his expectations, Willidus died, and I'm sure you remember what happened next, as well as I do. So we killed him for no reason. The dwarf smiles cynically. Well, that depends how you look at it. Was he to blame for the damage to my reputation? No. Was he an utterly disgusting creature whose face practically begged me to seek an axe to do it? Did he try to kill us in his own manner? Were the creatures we encountered in said manner the most atrocious and monstrous things I've ever met? The answer to all of these questions is yes. I don't think anyone is going to cry themselves to sleep over his death. Neither should we. Your reputation has been restored, though. How do you feel? There's a spark of amusement in the dwarf's eyes. I feel at peace. Now people will think twice before attempting to ruin my good name. I'm grateful to my companions didn't leave me to deal with this by myself, even though they had every right to do so. Though, while I am used to working alone, I appreciate a team I can trust. It's good to have someone who's got my back. Well, protecting one's honor is important. Greyboard nods in agreement. Who would we be without our reputation? A bunch of opportunistic scoundrels who'd be driven away from every last door. A dishonorable life isn't worth a copper. And what do you think of your membership of the Assassin Guild in Lucianera? Greyboard hides his smug smile beneath his beard. I think this position rightfully belongs to me. This guild is not as infamous as the Red Mantis, the legendary fanatic assassins who perceive their victims as offerings to their god Ashigek, or the silent monks of Anapexia will guard some kind of secret knowledge and murder anyone who dare to touch it. But its name still means something to the discerning client. Lucianera is a crossroads between several different planes, and Yaw's assassins work not only in the Abyss and on Golarion, but also in many other interesting places. The fact that I was accepted into this society an undeniable proof of my professionalism. I am grateful that you did not insist on the exclusivity of our contract. It allowed me to reap the benefits of my hard work. I see. You've been a good employer, Commander. I'm glad I made a contract with you. You've managed to restore your reputation and join the guild. What of our contract? Do you want to terminate it? The dwarf begins to count off his fingers one at a time. First, it would have been highly unprofessional to abandon you after you helped me. Second, the war is still in full swing. My departure would have been a source of gossip, which would, in turn, would have damaged my reputation beyond repair. I don't want people to perceive me as a coward who fled from a good fight. Third, I've long since discovered that working for you is profitable in more ways than one. You're always trying to take down the most dangerous targets, and they make great additions to my trophy list. I see. It's up there. And that is Greyboar's quest line handled and sorted. And let's see. We need to give Arushale a few more days of, processing, I guess. And we'll go to the third floor here, and we'll go over to deal with the last quest that we need to do. Because we need to rest a few days anyways for other quests to pop up, so that's going to be fun. One thing I definitely am going to need to do, though, is find a mod that quickens up the pace of quests popping up. Because there are certain quests that I just skip through by accident. One is One is Regel's, actually, believe it or not, so we should definitely find a way to handle that before it becomes an issue. Let's save here. Just in case things go awry. You never know, combats are always fickle here. Oh, we've actually got Demon Slayer Soup and Lucky Ham Sandwich going. Oh, cool. Hello, more loot. We've gotten a Lone Wolf Cloak. Whenever the wearer of this cloak has no enemies or allies around them, they gain a +3 damage rolls on their ranged attack and a +2 on all saving throws. Well, that would be good if it did a lot more, but unfortunately it doesn't. So we're stuck with that being meh. Okay, let's save here. And see what these guys have to say. The mighty demon, his chin lifted arrogantly, glances at you with no hint of interest. I want to go in. Our lady ordered us not to bar your way. Good. We could attack them, but there's no reason to. I have no reason to attack them anyway. Well, aside from getting experience from them, but there's no reason to attack somebody when we're just when we're already getting plenty from them. I gotta play to the character after all, to some extent. That said, if we find loot around here, I'm not gonna say no to it, so. Okay, there was nothing on that side. But there's sure to be something on this side, at least, I hope. Oh, the flesh markets are closed. There's a damn tree growing there now. Oh, so we did grow the tree. Okay. I guess we did, anyways. Okay, for our troubles, we get a potion of resist cold and a few statues that we can sell. Beyond that, there's nothing really worth mentioning. But yeah, no, I guess we did technically grow a tree in Elutionera. We just did it when we saved our Azata companion. Right, that is. Well, in we go. We'll save. Yeah, we'll save Ember's stuff until after we're done our conversation. So we'll bring her back in when we're done. Okay, let's save here. The ink on this page is still wet. The book tells of the murderous massacre committed by the Lady in Shadow among the Colossus demons of the Midnight Isles. Seems to happen quite recently. Okay. Doesn't seem like there's anything worth mentioning just yet. Hello, a projector, and a midnight bolt. Interesting. finished draft of a letter. Greetings, colleague. I thank you for the selection of materials that arrived along with your last letter. Fortunately, I'm unable to procure the simple, specialized studies at present, as Galarian libraries are out of my reach. Oddly enough, it's currently easier for me to receive the necessary articles by contacting a like-minded individual from different planes of reality. In our last letter, we went over the matter of resurrecting those who stepped into the murky waters of the River of Souls. Evidence shows that those who have appeared before Pharasma's judgment and learned of their fate in the afterlife do not answer calls from the world of the living. They cannot be revived by any means. But is that truly the case? Do you think it would be possible to revive such a person, at least in theory? On another topic, there is no cases of ascension or acquiring divinity form through powers that no one to this day have taken the time to study through or thoroughly. There are a plethora of examples in Galarian's history, such as Eridan, who led humankind to civilization, and Aomade, who followed her former mentor into the godly host. As I ponder these cases, I can't help but wonder, could this process be controlled? Could one create the right conditions, choose the right living material, and bring into being a creature of divine power? I'm certain that you have encountered similar phenomena in your practices, and would like to discuss this matter further. Perhaps you are still in possession of notes or drafts that could shed light. I will take that. Letter in small handwriting. My glory be showered on your head. Your interest in creation of demiplanes is understandable. Any individual who has reached a certain level of power seeks for themselves a safe haven, a peaceful place for study and rest. That is why I place my high hopes in your prudence. Remember that any demiplane is but a shard of one of the true planes that typically remains under the watchful eye of the powers that be. As such, I do hope that you haven't incurred the wrath of any of the powers that hold sway over the fringe you've subjugated. As for stabilization, alas, there isn't much that you can do once the fragmentation and consolidation have been completed. Nevertheless, I have no doubt that you have given enough consideration to such important matters, and ensured your creation will be safe for you and your servants. Unless, of course, you're preparing an elaborate trap. Interesting. Hello. Books written in multiple languages. The tiles that can be translated are dedicated research in the nature of souls. And then, of course, there is the fancy projector. We'll save here and look through the projector. As you know, my dear addressee, given the scope of the planes, time is a relative concept, and the abyss it can be even more unreliable. Therefore, I do not allow myself in the vain hope that my message will reach you in time. Okay. Your final question was about the possibility of a complete awakening of the memories of a mortal life within a soul that has already passed through Pharasma's judgment. I will send you the research on all the cases of which I am aware where such an awakening took place. Right. Despite the fact that this list is quite extensive, my conclusion is that all such recorded cases are the rarest exceptions to the rule, and with the absolute majority of souls, an occurrence such as this cannot happen. Okay, so mythic abilities are very impossible to happen unless under rare. Anyways. Both the wonder and the tragedy of mortality lie in the fact that there is a certain moment after which the process is final and irreversible. The essence that departs the judgment of the Lady of Graves is no longer what what it was in life. And we, as scientists, must account for this in the system of knowledge we are constructing. But yeah, mythic is not exactly a normal thing. It is abnormal to find. Well, it's no guff off our back, at least. We found the second part of the lexicon, whatever that means. I'm not sure if it's the last. I think it's the last one, but you never know. Okay. Okay, a few other things here. Seems like we found something cool. Okay, first let's pick this lock. A few scrolls. We get a emerald. Pick this. And we get a few more things. Get some potions of invisibility. Scrolls of mirror image. All good stuff, to say the least. Countless books and scrolls. Lady in Shadow. I think that's basically it. So now we will save here. And let's go see what's going on.
Greetings.
A stately shadow comes towards you. In its hands, a small mirror sparkles and shimmers with an unsettling light.
Greetings, Commander.
The dredge called Suture grins as he shifts clumsily from foot to foot in a crude attempt at a courtly bow. I came to speak with Nocticula, not with you, Aurelio.
All in good time. You will have your meeting with the Lady in Shadow, but first, there is something else.
Aurelio's voice sounds strangely tense.
You have walked a long path, one where shadows constantly flicker at the edge of your vision, and questions multiply like flies above carrion. It is time for answers, at least some of them.
Aurelio lifts a mirror, and you fall into his cold, shimmering depths.
Day 16, Aridus 4715. Experiment, transformation. Subject, let's skip that. Objective, to embed the essence of an Ahindrian crystal in the soul of the subject. Expected result, the essence will coalesce with the subject's soul, which will ready itself for total transformation, triggering the concomitant powers. The time has come to put my plan into action. You are my creation. Your power was my gift. Now you know.
Aurelio stares at you, her gaze unrelenting, probing. The witch is silent for a long time. When she speaks, her voice is unreadable, betraying no emotion. Let's say I believe you. Why did you need to do all this?
You are asking the right questions, but the time has not yet come.
Ah, such special memories. Remember the laboratory, do you? I told you back then. Go on, look around. See all the ones Lydia really worked on. Here with us is definitely the place for you.
The dredge seems to grin in satisfaction. The unseen angel does not speak, but his silence seems to thunder in your ears.
Your power is of the same kind as that of Nulkineth, Jeribeth, and the other demons that you have met. The power of the Nahindrian crystal dissolved into the blood lies within your soul. I have already hinted at this to you once before, when I left the essence along with the lexicon of paradox in my old laboratory, and ordered the suture to make sure the gift found its way into your hands. But there is more. Do you remember when you were taken to Canobris with a wound that would not heal? Do you remember how Terendelev apparently healed you? That was merely an illusion. The dragon was only able to temporarily dull the pain. In fact, it was I who saved you, when I came to you in the caves and implanted a crystal within you. No, saved is not the right word. Your wound is still not healed. That is why your wound weeps blood from time to time, every drop of which burns your enemies.
As if to confirm her words, the blood begins to seep from the wounds in your chest. Eerie flame seems to dance within the crimson drops.
This is pure essence of Nahindrian crystal. My invention is far superior to the crystals used by Xanther, which were barely refined at all. It will give you new strength, and help you to overcome the wound that still slumbers within your soul. Take it. Take it, and you will see that this is the very power that has lived in you since the Battle of Canobris.
With an elegant flick of her wrist, Aurilu conjures a familiar purple shimmer in the air before her. That's not going to work. You need to tell me everything first.
Very well, then. Ask your questions, and I will answer.
Aurilu winces slightly, but quickly regains her composure. What is this wound in my soul? How dangerous is it?
It was my mistake. My failure. I failed to... The tale is too long to recount here. Your wound is a reflection of the world wound, in a way. It is very dangerous, even if you do not yet realize it. It is not a disease, but rather an abscess, which will one day burst and kill you. It cannot fully be healed until the world wound is healed.
A shadow seems to fall across Aurilu's face as she says this.
No doubt you have felt this affliction on several occasions. It awakens when you use your power. It makes you sense more strongly what mortals call the corruption of the abyss. Until the world wound is healed, you will have no peace.
You followed me.
Like a witch in a fairy tale, I watched over you from birth. From before that, even. And I kept detailed notes. You were chosen and prepared for a special destiny. I am pleased to see that you still wear them. I enchanted them specially to protect you from danger. I am glad you found my gift useful.
Aurilu's eyes drop to your bracers, the ones inscribed with your name. I can't remember where you've gotten the bracers with your name and inscription. I promise on them. Like you've already had them. And the bracers she's talking about is those bracers that give a +1 to attack and damage and +1 to save, I think?
Aside from this, I helped you, even when you were unaware of my presence. I saved you and your unfortunate companions when you fell into the crevice in Canabras. In the Grey Garrison, it was I who distracted Minago to allow you to approach the Wardstone. And in Dresden, I appeared under the guise of Yoniel to guide you toward the Sword of Valor. And I also left you a present in my old laboratory, and told the Suture to see that you received it. I knew that sooner or later you would find your way there. That place exerts a powerful pull.
In that case, I thank you for your help. You should help me out more often.
Certainly, but do not expect me to solve all your problems. A child that is forever carried in its mother's arms will never learn to walk.
Why was the whole ploy to the lab necessary? You were ready to sacrifice your servant, the Suture, for it.
You always have to sacrifice something. I wanted you to go to the laboratory to see with your own eyes what I had been doing and what I am capable of, so it would be easier for you to accept the truth. The laboratory is the place where I prepared your ascent. And the Suture was the only one who I could trust to execute my plan and explain everything. After all, he too once experienced rebirth at my hands. And that is why I was willing to risk his life.
It would be better if you just told me everything instead of playing mind games.
Knowledge gained independently through research and experimentation is far more valuable than knowledge that is simply given. That is why I wanted you to go to the laboratory yourself. I just gave you a nudge in the right direction.
Tell me about the Nihindrian crystals. Start from the beginning.
Nihindrian crystals are formed from the solidified blood of demon lords. Their properties are not well known, even among the inhabitants of the Abyss. And there are reasons for this. Acquiring the blood of a dead demon lord is very difficult. After a demon lord dies, their body is instantly absorbed into the Rift of Repose. Only the Lady in Shadow knows how to kill them in a way that allows her to preserve the bodies of her fellow lords and transform them into a solid state. That means that Nihindrian crystals cannot be obtained anywhere other than the Midnight Isles. Or rather, it was impossible until recently, when I managed to experimentally obtain a crystal from the blood of a still living lord. You saw the result. A dagger made from Discare's freshly shed blood, which I left for you in Canabras. As regards the use of the crystals, that is a discussion that would take time. A very long time. Someday I will finish my groundbreaking treatise on the transformation of Nihindrian crystals, although it is unlikely I will ever publish it.
So you figured out how to use the crystals to imbue living creatures with power.
Not just any creatures. Demons. And half-demons. The soul must have a stable connection with the Abyss in order for it to receive the power of the crystal. Experiments involving tieflings and mongrels failed because the voice of the Abyss was not strong enough within them.
But I'm not a demon.
I wasn't a demon either when I started. But there are always ways to circumvent, or even to override the laws of the universe.
Arilu's eyes grow distant for a moment.
I changed myself by knitting my soul together with the essence of the Abyss. And I changed you. Do you remember the fits of rage that began shortly after Discare's attack on Canabras? This is how the second half of your soul manifested itself. Not yet fully aware. Not yet awakened. It's a pity you did not choose to let your demonic nature take hold. The result would have been most impressive. All those arrogant crusaders, those knights with their eyes ablaze, those pious priests. They have installed at the head of their magnificent army a scion of the Abyss, The creation of the architect of the world wound, whom they so revile.
It's strange to see you here in Nocticula's palace. Who do you really serve? Skari? Baphomet?
Both. And neither. I have served both Discari and Baphomet, and not merely as the lowest in the pecking order. But I do not think you'll be surprised when I tell you that to me, both of these mighty lords are merely convenient temporary sources of power. And their time is almost at an end. But the Lady in Shadow is different. She is the preeminent ruler. Soon you will understand this for yourself.
Arilu's tone is indifferent as she informs you of this, as if she were simply commenting on the weather, rather than her obscience before the Demon Lords. My power is different from that of Jerebeth, Nukaneth, and the other demons, though.
Yes, because I taught Xanther and the other servants of Baphomet and Discari the earliest version of this transformation ritual. I spent decades perfecting it, until I obtained the power that I gave to you. Power in its most purified form, cleansed of the filth and chaos inherent within the original blood of the Demon Lords. Your power is as pure as thrice distilled water, but it resonates with other powerful sources of supernatural power, such as the Sword of Valor. And your power can change. You must have realized this already. You have shaped my gift into a form that you yourself have chosen. You are seeking answers, trying to understand the crux of the matter. That is good.
Arilu gives you an appraising look as she says this. And what I want to know is this. What do you want from me?
Patience. Before we continue, I want you to receive your power.
I will not refuse this power, but I will decide how to use it. And we get a mythic level. You touch the essence, and the power so familiar and clear it flows through you like a river. The power that courses through you is so immense, the wound on your chest closes up, as if it had never existed.
Now you know. You truly know.
Enough! Enough of this madness! I was blind. O Lady of Heaven, how blind I was. I saw holiness in the half-fiend's creation.
The voice of the Handley Inheritor thunders beside you. Arilu does not move, seemingly unaware of his presence.
All your valiant deeds, your resistance in the face of temptation, it was all a deception? Curse the Abyss, and curse Alushanira, where even the most faithful lose their way, and lie, and commit treason! I must save those who can be saved, and break free from the kingdom of darkness!
The angel's voice fades, and you can no longer sense his presence. He has disappeared. Yeah, we earned his trust, but it seems he feels betrayed by that.
I want to help you close the world wound.
Arilu looks at you for a while, then she speaks. Arilu's words are cut off by a quiet laugh. Sitting on the throne that was empty just moments ago is none other than Nocticula, ruler of Alushanira and the Midnight Isles. A powerful demon lord, and the only one they call Our Lady in Shadow. Her red lips curl into an ironic smile. Your large eyes observe you with keen interest.
You were about to say, we are going to close the world wound, weren't you, Arilu? I see no reason to continue deceiving this mortal. Now I am convinced that he is quite worthy of serving me. I will even reward him with a modicum of knowledge about the events in which he is about to take part.
You've been sitting on your throne and listening to us this whole time.
Naturally. I I am in the habit of observing my servants and guests while remaining unseen. Their private thoughts fly most eagerly from their lips when they believe themselves to be unwatched. And secrets exchanged in whispers are often invaluable.
I see. How do I respond? I can either smile charmingly or jauntily. I'm torn between those. I'm gonna go with the charming one, because that's just how I am. You are truly resplendent, lady. Well, yeah. You are truly resplendent, Lady in Shadow. It would bring me great happiness to get to know you better.
I see that rumors of your passionate nature weren't exaggerated. I have heard some rather impressive tales of your escapades.
Nocticula's smile remains impenetrably polite.
I have had my eye on you for a very long time. You see, it was at my behest that Lady Vorlesh imbued you with such incredible powers. But I was curious to see your worth as an individual, not as Lady Vorlesh's creation. Thus, I decided to postpone our meeting and see how you'd fare in Alushanira, and whether or not you could win respect and power among those not so easily impressed by outstanding magical abilities. Well, you've passed my test adequately by proving that your character and your will are stronger than the Nehindrian powers Lady Vorlesh has vested in you.
You are wise, my lady. However, only those who have never known or forgotten what it is like to be mortal can so easily dismiss the importance of power. To be someone whose life is fragile and can be cut short at any moment, like a candle snuffed out by a gust of wind.
It is a shame your angel has left you mortal. I would have liked to talk to him. I don't expect I will get another chance, as that celestial buffoon's days are numbered.
Nocticula's tone is casual, but her eyes are intent, scrutinizing you. Why do you think the Hand of the Inheritor is going to die?
Because he charged off all alone into the vastness of the abyss. An old friend awaits him there, the Echo of Discari. And the Echo has been anticipating this meeting for a long time.
The Hand of the Inheritor told me his magic deceived the eyes of all evil spawn of the Abyss, but not yours.
Perhaps you don't know everything about me yet, mortal. Perhaps you made the same mistake as many before you, and many who were more insightful and more powerful than you, by presuming to know what to expect from the Lady in Shadow.
Nocticula gives you a pleased and mysterious smile. Why does the Echo of Discari prey upon the Hand of the Inheritor?
Envy, humiliation, ego. The usual playthings of little boys from all planes and realities. The Echo suffered more than one defeat. First at Eridan's hand, then under the onslaught of the forces of heaven. Those routes taught him to attack his enemies by stealth, boldly and often, killing and crippling anyone close to the light-bringing goddess. Now, it seems, he has decided the time has come. The Herald of Iomade himself is in the Abyss alone, without a retinue of lesser angels.
And tell me about the Echo of Discari.
He is a strange creature. A bespoke creation, so to speak. Long before the world wound was opened, Discari, that little cricket, was seeking a way to have some fun on Galarian and assert his influence there. One day, he decided to gather a few strong mortal followers, fuse them together into one being, and pump that being full of his own power, in the belief that something worthwhile would come of it. That is how the Echo came to be. To the great dismay of both the Echo and the Lord of Crickets, the Echo was greeted by Eridan, protector of humankind. Eridan gave the Echo such a thorough thrashing, the whole Abyss thought him dead. And yet he was not. Cricket the Younger is alive and well, though I cannot say the same for Eridan. But the Echo remembers his humiliation still. He hates anything and everything related to Eridan, especially his inheritor, Iomedae. Her heralds, her priests, her temples. He would hate Iomedae's pet pug, if she had one.
I see.
He's an interesting little bird, that angel. Before he became the herald of Iomedae, he served Regathiel, the general of vengeance. I've always found the fate of that Imperial Lord to be quite fascinating. Did you know that the father of the Upper Plains' top military leader was a devil from hell? Regathiel had to achieve many feats to redeem his unholy legacy in the eyes of the other Imperial Lords. But he did. A remarkable tale, is it not? Of course, not all your actions in my realm have been commendable. By destroying the flesh markets, you've harmed my city and impoverished my realm.
A faint shadow flickers across Nocticula's face. Yeah, I did do that, huh? I put an end to the suffering and pain there. I have no regrets.
You've just arrived in my realm, and you're already trying to dictate your own rules? As I recall, when demons attempted something similar on Galarian, armies were raised, and mortals fought to the death to stop it. I can scarcely believe it myself. But I will be gracious and show you mercy. I am a hospitable ruler.
Nocticula's voice carries a hint of mockery. The conversation is interrupted by a concerned-looking succubus, who silently approaches Nocticula, and begins fervently whispering into her ear. Nocticula's expression turns hard and cold. As Nocticula ponders the new development, the messenger makes eyes at you playfully. You recognize those green eyes, except they were awash with pain when you last saw them, their owner bleeding out in the caverns of the Nexus. The succubus smiles slyly and gives you a wink.
Another island, another loss. Enough! I warned them that I would not stand for the desolation of my realm. They have not heeded me, and they will regret it. Go to your sisters, and tell them to prepare.
There is steel in Nocticula's voice. Nocticula sends the green-eyed servant away and turns her face to you once again. That green-eyed succubus, I know her.
Yes, you've already met Laulia, my talented assistant. I've heard she was very convincing at acting out her tragic death in the minds of the Nexus. As you can see, I've been watching you since your very first moments in the Abyss. And even a little earlier. I have prepared a beautiful intrigue that will topple many of your enemies and seal the world wound forever, ending the threat to Galarian. And you have the chance to become part of that intrigue.
Did Arilu really create me? He certainly had a hand in your present state of existence. Lady Vorlesh designed the world wound, a magical phenomenon of unfathomable power. To seal it, we required a key that is just as strong and unique. Simply put, we required a champion, and she chose you. Both your powers and the wound on your chest were a result of her experiments. When she infused your soul with the essence of the Abyss. Of course, you remember none of that. Everything was done in secret, and the power granted to you was purified, to the extent that it was possible, so that you would not guess its source ahead of time. In trial after trial, we watched your will be tempered. When the time came, we started filling you with the energies of the hindering crystals. These energies are necessary for the task at hand. Everything that's happened to you was part of my intrigue. I was going to summon you and reveal the truth when the time was right. Instead, you have followed your queen's orders and arrived here early. one can only hope that you're prepared to accept the truth. Everything has its price. Your wound was, in essence, the flip side of all my experiments. There was a reason why we required a true champion, not merely a living tool whom we could fling into the flames of the world wound, close it like any lesser rift. I think you should know that. Picula makes a sudden gesture, cutting Aurilu off. Don't be too hasty. We have burdened him with enough revelations for now. Give him time to be accustomed to the truth about himself. Then you can share all the details. And what exactly are you offering me? I'm offering you a chance to become my weapon. Your enemies are a thorn in my side as well as yours. What's more, I've never schemed against Galarian. Nor have my warriors taken part in the conquest of your plains. At least, not in my behest. There's no cause for enmity between us. And why do you want to close the wound? When the world wound was opened, I was pleased. My realm was now connected to another plane. I wanted to make it into a crossroads of worlds, a place where demons, devils, and even angels could meet. The wound was a convenient path along which I could advance my ideas, but Midnight Isles were not the only realm that had been linked to Galarian through the wound. Iskari and Baphoment now also had a way from their realms into your plane. Their servants flooded my islands and spread out across them like a plague of locusts, killing guests who were under my protection, questioning my rule. They were driven by their lust to conquer and enslave, whether on Galarian or another abyssal realm. I was forced to shift my focus and express my discontent. Eventually, atop the bones of our servants, we reached an accord. I would let their armies pass, and they would comply with my wishes while on my islands. Of course, the accord is a polite fiction. Both the Discarites and the Baphomites are attempting to amass their power. It will influence Elutionir to overthrow me. If they think I'm not watching, they break my taboos and revel in their own impudence. And worst of all, Lady Vorlesh told them about the Nihindran crystals. They realized what kind of power the crystals hold, and now they are determined to mine every last deposit hidden within my islands. Once an island loses crystals, it becomes nothing but flotsam, slowly sinking into the dark waters of Ishir. With every lost island, my power is diminished. I could start a war and kill the plunderers, but a major conflict would hinder some of my other plans. So instead, I will teach my neighbors a lesson by orchestrating their ignominious defeats at the hands of a mortal. And what do I gain by serving you? A reasonable question. One must always serve one's own interests. Well, rest assured that you will be adequately rewarded. I'll give you gifts befitting your ambitions, and my patronage, which you can certainly count on, will prove more valuable than any enchanted trinkets you could dream up. And if you're so powerful, why do you need me? If I were to make a move myself, it would start a war. Not that I'm afraid of doing so, but it would hamper my more important plans. Baphomet and Discari could never best me, but they could sow enough chaos and spill enough blood that visitors from other planes would shudder at the mention of Lucianira. No, I will wage war at my own terms, in the shadows. I will remain unseen until I drive my blade into my enemy's back. Since Galfrey happened to send you to my realm, you have the honor of becoming my blade, mortal. Be glad you're wielded by skillful hands. We should also reveal how exactly our blade will be employed. Articulate silences Aurilu with a sharp gesture. We can discuss the details later, when the moment is right. Now's not the time for idle conversation. And how exactly do you plan to close the world? It's a complicated magical process. You will receive precise instructions once you capture the Threshold Fortress on Galarian. There, at the exact spot where Lady Vorlesh opened the world wound, you'll be able to close it. But first, you'll have to crush the Guardians of Threshold. And their forces are growing by the day. Samira, Baphomet's daughter, is mining a large number of Nihindran crystals in my realm. These crystals are her secret weapon. No army on Galarian can stand against them. Must stop Hepsamira. If you do not, your world will fall and my plans will suffer significant harm. At one time, I discovered the secret of transformation to two servants of Baphoment and Skari, Santhia Vang and Mustafa. It was a well-calculated gambit which brought us time and assured both the Skari and Baphomet of my loyalty. Mustafa is Hepsamira's favorite. The sea is the transformation of her army. Hepsamira is currently on another island far from here. The route to that place is plagued by pirates, monsters, tempests, and other more terrifying dangers. Have you heard of the living bubbles of frozen time that swallowed airships? And when the ships reach port, their crews discover they've been gone for 100 years? That's not the strangest encounter you'll encounter on your journey. I'm willing to provide you a decent ship and an experienced crew. If you kill Hepsamira, I will stop her sinking any more of my islands, without giving Baphomet cause to declare war on me. And why is it so important to kill Hepsamira? Skari and Baphomet won't just stand there and watch you close the world wound. They'll send their armies after you. You'll need an army of your own. That is something the Crusaders won't have for long. Hepsamira is mining more and more Nihindrian crystals to empower her forces when she attacks Galarian. If you do not stop her, the Crusaders' resistance will be crushed. The ranks of demons pouring through the world wound into your world will multiply 100-fold. You were sent here to cut off the demon's army's supply of Nihindrian's crystals, weren't you? Well, that's exactly what you're going to accomplish. I will consider your offer, Lady in Shadow. And accept it, I'm sure. I respect your caution and won't force you into submission. Stand to gain if you do my bidding of your own volition. A glimmer of approval dances in Nocticula's eyes. An interesting destiny lies before you, mortal. Rise to great heights and play part in events of titanic proportions. Many would give their life for a chance to tread such a path. Mira visits Lucianira, even every now and again. But her true lair is far from here. She hides on the island of Kolfigir, on the northwest of my archipelago. There lies her secret fortress. The deep mines, her slaves dig Nihindrian crystals from the invading army she plans to bring to Galarian. I'll give you a magnificent airship, an experienced crew to take you there. It will be a long and perilous journey. Take some time to prepare. I wish to inform you of treason. Nocticula looks quite amused. Is that so? Who is it that you decide to inform on? More importantly, how did you learn of these traitors and how credible are your accusations? Shamira is researching Nihindrian crystals in secret. Perhaps she is planning to overthrow you. A small smile appears on Nocticula's lips. How nice of you to warn me. I'm impressed. I do wonder, however. Did you really think I was unaware of this, or did you merely want to demonstrate your loyalty? Either way, I appreciate you telling me. I'll take this as proof that I can rely on you. You are very astute to uncover Shamira's demise and to dethrone her. It was particularly sensible of you to keep your mouth shut about the secret of Nihindrian crystals. I suppose your caution calls for reward. At a snap of Nocticula's fingers, one of the servants approaches you and presents you with a delicate package wrapped with gossamer-like silk. You get the aspect of the asp. Mining Nihindrian crystals is a surefire way to sink the island. Crystals are on the bottom of Ishir. I assume I understand why all who attempted to procure them on Lucianira were executed. At least you didn't tell Shamir about the mines you found. The last thing I need is the arrogant dream burrowing under my capital. Why do you still tolerate Shamira? Someone has to deal with trivial matters. Shamira's betrayal was soon assured the moment I made her my favorite, just as Sephorian before her. The second always dreams of rising to be the first. Not feeling well. A friend of mine, the storyteller, has peered into the future. In his vision, Hepzibah was sending demons after you. Demons were strengthened by Nahindran crystals. A hint of dangerous excitement creeps in her voice. You are a font of knowledge, my dear guest. Let's just say I'm not surprised by her appetites. The ambitions of that brat on her lecherous goat of a sire are bound to surface sooner or later. But your warning will encourage me to keep a closer eye on her. You could have gone to Hepzibah with this and received a payment for your silence. Your foresight must not go unrewarded. And the helmsman of the bone ship at Lucianera's port is a manifestation of the Hindri. He's looking for the Hindri's greater treasure, whatever that is. I've had my eye on that ship for a while now, and you've joined his hunt for no other reason than to tell me about it, I'm sure. Still, you've made the right choice. Keep working for that peyority of the Hindri. I'll find you when your search nears a conclusion. I see. I did kill Willidus, your court mage. Articuno shows no hint of sadness. I am aware of this, of course. It's lamentable in a way, since his fear of me was strong enough to make him impeccably loyal. However, his death is but a single move in a much larger game. In games like this, losing a few pawns is unavoidable. I want to ask you about other powerful denizens of the Abyss. I'm interested in one of my servants. Do you wish to tell me, or do you wish for me to tell you something about your enemies? What is your relationship with Aureliu? She works for me, isn't that obvious? Lady Vorlesh is very talented. She may be the most brilliant and capable mind ever to come from their plane. And the guile she used to betray one demon lord master after another impresses me so much that I offered her a position as of my advisor on matters of magic. Naturally, the esteemed Lord Goat and Lord Locust don't know a thing about the betrayal of their faithful lackey, Lady Vorlesh. I plan to keep it a secret for a while longer. Betrayal is such a strong word. I opened a path to Golarion for these two, and I told them how to extract power from the hindering crystals. That will suffice. Doesn't it bother you that Aureliu serves another master? Articuno smiles deviously. I'm not prone to jealousy. What does Barry think Lady Vorlesh serves him still? His bug brain seems incapable of sensing betrayal. As for Baphomet, he, like any talented liar, is most vulnerable when he's trying to deceive someone else. He was so pleased to have fooled Dascari that he became blind to the treachery that was happening right under his snout. In truth, Lady Vorlesh's loyalty to mine is mine alone. Loyalty is for fools. Shared interest. That is what rational minds rely upon. That and fear. No one in their right mind would oppose the Lady of Shadow. And how did Aureliu become your servant? When the world wound was first opened, it only led to Dascari's realm. But then there was another, more powerful breach. The wound expanded, and his path now passed through my realm, with Baphomet as well. Before long, all sorts of interlopers had heard about the power contained within the crystals. And the Midnight Isles were soon overrun with agents from my new neighbors. They flouted my embargo, burrowing greedily into my rocks, stealing my crystals. The main culprit was one Aureliu Vorlesh. She was the one who discovered the energy of the hindering crystals. I captured her and was about to carry out her agonizing execution when Lady Vorlesh offered me something I desired even more than her death. She entered my service, and her main task since then has been to close the world wound. Once it is sealed, my realm will once again be cut off from those Baphomet and Dascari, and their slaves will no longer be able to infiltrate my islands with such ease. Do you remember the elven archmage who used to serve you 1,000 years ago? He's still alive. We know each other. Really? He was well past his youth even back then, and now... Just how old is he? Mortals even live that long. Well, apart from your mortal Aslanti, say hello to him on my behalf at the Lady's Shadow, and tell him that the one who replaced him has disappointed me immensely with his incompetence. No matter how hard he tried, he could never live up to my magnificent elf. You know, you've managed to surprise me. A rare occurrence for someone who is just about everything. With the bat of her eyelashes, Nocticula sends you a piercing gaze. One that feels like it's delving into the deepest corners of your soul. Are Baphoment and Descari your allies? The Goat and the Locust? Allies is too strong a word for our relationship. Our connection was forged by circumstance, not out of desire to deal with each other. When the world opened, it tied your world to our realms. I do not join my armies with theirs, but I was forced into making peace with them, so as to not get bogged down in a tiring and distracting war. If I had the opportunity, I would have met them on my terms and expanded my territories at their expense. Nocticula indulges herself with a thin smile. Fortunately, that is not currently possible. By the way, one of them came to me with the offer of an atrocious alliance that involved conceiving little ones together. I'm still contemplating the specifics of my refusal. It needs to be clear and unambiguous. Her ensuing laughter is deep and musical, almost enchanting. I see. I want to know more about you. Recounting my whole story would take longer than your brief mortal life allows. The list of demon lords I've slain is endless on its own, as is the number of islands under my rule. And that's just the past. There is also my future. How did you become a demon lord? Bear in mind that I've always been unique. Since I was born, I was the first succubus of the Abyss, the perfect specimen of my race. I've been enjoying my root, sharing it with my brother and lover until the hungry gaze of the demon lord Nahindri fell upon me. That greedy tyrant saw me as a jewel to be added to his treasure hoard. He tried to abduct me. I knew I had no chance of defeating a demon lord, but in that moment I was not thinking at all. I was fighting for my freedom. When it was all over, Nahindri was dead. I eviscerated him, and for many days afterwards, blood spewed from his open carcass. First his body turned to stone, and then his blood, which had been flowing like a stream, began to crystallize into massive purple glaciers. Now do you see why they are called Nahindrian crystals? Perhaps they could be called Noctulian crystals, because as Nahindri's blood crystallized, so too did my understanding of my power. Soon after, I began my campaign of conquest. I was cunning and swift, and the demon lords themselves trembled before me, knowing I could take their very lives. Only when all of the Abyss spoke my name with terror and reverence did I decide that I had killed enough. I had a realm, I had power, and I no longer shared with my brother. I had servants, and most importantly, I had safety. No one has ever repeated old Nahindri's mistake. No one has tried to make me their individual. Are the Midnight Isles really the corpses of slain demon lords? Yes, my realm is quite literally built on the bones of my slain enemies. Ironic, isn't it? How did you turn the dead demon lords into islands? Nocticula responds with a mocking smile. Surely you don't expect me to reveal the secret, do you? There's no need for mortals to learn the weakness of demon lords. All I can say is that everything started with my desire for revenge. After I had dealt with Nahindri, I was furious at the thought that vile lecherous wretch was teleporting over the Rift of Repose, where he could turn to stone and stay there to rot for the remainder of eternity. I wanted to trample his foul corpse, to keep his bloody body within my sight forever. I yearned to display my glorious trophy to all of the Abyss. That's when my power first manifested. I studied my newfound abilities and learned how to use them. Before long, I possessed not just one island, but an entire archipelago. And what do you plan to do next? Subdue all of the Abyss? Possibly. Or perhaps I'll have something grander in mind. The Abyss? Who cares about the Abyss? Nocticula's full-throttle laughter rings out like a challenge to the entire world. I see. If I am to depart for Kolfgir, your guards must watch over my camp in the Nexus, and all who are residing there. Articula nods regally. I will send my assassins to ensure that no harm comes to your entourage. Be grateful for my patronage, mortal. Well, I still have some business to take care of in Lucianira. Arilu, you are no longer needed here. As you will, my lady. Arilu vanishes, but you notice the look in her eyes. Pensive and appraising. Articula casts a piercing glance at the spot where Arilu was but a moment ago. It stops you with commanding gesture. There is one more thing we must discuss. The Lexicon of Paradox. Lady Vorlesh's magical treaty that contains many secrets of the World Wound. You and my servant, Lady Vorlesh, were just talking about the Lexicon of Paradox. For many years it has remained split in half, harmless. But what was once divided can't be made whole again. Who knows what power the book could impart into its owner? What if they expanded the World Wound even further? Or connected to other planes? Not a chance. The Lexicon of Paradox has caused more than enough trouble already. You already possess the first half of the book. Find the other one and bring them both to me. I will reward you handsomely. Giving the book into my keeping will also protect Galarian from suffering a second World Wound disaster. Lexicon of Paradox will be much safer under my watchful eye than your travel bags. You agree? Why do you need this book? Our World Wound alone has been enough of a nuisance for me. I want to ensure that future mage leafing through this book doesn't link my realm to another plane. I'll consider your offer. The ward will not disappoint you, I promise. This dangerous knowledge ought to be locked up securely. I won't keep you any longer. Alright, I will get going. You've taken a liking to my city, I see. Well then, save your trip to the fullest, and then come back for truly important business. Now, Picula's lip part in a smile that both is predatory and, alluring. But, the big thing is that we get Mythic, so that's nice. So we'll quickly gather our powers and see what we choose. I guess we go Azata, because that's just the way we go. We can't really choose Angel, Demon, or Trickster now, can't we? So we'll just ignore that and just focus on Azata. In fact, because we now have the 6th level Mythic, we actually get our next superpower. So that's going to be really scary to think about. Or it's going to be very powerful, I'm not sure. I could do a number of things, but I think I'm going to go for another extra Mythic ability. I do believe I can go Abundant Arcane Pool. Let's see. I can't select Abundant Arcane Pool, apparently. Which kind of sucks, but, you know, what can you do, huh? You've learned a way to fill your arcane reservoir to the maximum. You no longer gain only 3 plus 1/2 your Arcanist level arcane points in the arcane reservoir after rest. Instead, you gain 3 plus Arcanist level points. Huh. Still not that good. The number of rounds per day for your rage or rampage abilities is no longer limited. I guess limitless rage is probably the way to go. Yeah, that's probably the most fitting. What else is there? Okay, weapon focus would give us a bonus on our attack rolls. We need level 8 fighter if we want to expand that even farther than that. I could get an extra feat, to be fair. That is also an option, but I don't think that's going to be strong enough. I mean, I guess I could theoretically get our extra Arcanist exploit and whatnot. I could also get extra Reservoir. But Reservoir doesn't really help us, so that's actually kind of pointless for us. Instead, it would be my best interest to focus on Mythic ability. We don't need Abundant Casting, because we don't really cast a lot of spells. Ascendant spell is pointless. We don't really use Battle Meditation, so no point in using it. Unable to move, lose dex to AC, counted being staggered. But allies gain a morale bonus on attack and damage rolls and saving throws against fear effects, which is eh. You gain an additional Oracle Curse, but gives you no penalties. I don't need the beneficial curse, so we're just going to ignore that. Besides, we already get the benefits of Lame, so there's no point in getting that. I would get Powerful as Prophecy, but there's no need. Poison diseases ignore immunities. Eh. I could get Ever Ready because I get a lot of attacks of opportunity. This could be ridiculously useful. But again, not really needed. We'll just ignore Full Reservoir. It's not that great. If I really wanted to, the best way I can figure this... Yeah, I just need to find a way to increase the amount of Reservoir I heal. Limitless Rage is probably the most reliable, considering we're going to get a lot of levels in Barbarian anyways, so... This might be the choice that we go for. Thundering Blows we don't really need because we do not miss. Every round, as long as you make one melee attack, you gain a stacking +2 bonus to damage rolls with melee weapons. Up to a maximum of 10. It's a small boost, it's not worth it. I think Infinite Rage is probably the best choice. I'm gonna go with that. Our next choice, just to increase our survivability, is definitely going to be Marvelous Endurance. So we're going to go with that. We gain fast healing equal to half the Azata's mythic rank. So that's going to be an additional 3 HP. From 4th mythic rank on, the number is increased by 5 per mythic rank. So We gain 3 plus 5, 10, 15 extra. So we're healing like 30 or so HP with this. Whenever an enemy confirms a critical hit against the Azata, their inner endurance is unleashed. And the Azata gains a d6 of temporary hit points per mythic rank. And if they have 25 or less hit points, they gain DR10. So if we ever get crits, which is mitigated most often, we'll basically be able to overcome it. What else is there? And we could technically just gain a bonus to all skill checks, which is also an option. I think I might take that for my... I don't think I actually get the 8th mythic power, so we should probably stick with Marvelous Endurance. Whenever the Azta makes a skill check, they roll twice to take the better result. They also become proficient with all types of weapons and armor. I'm going to take Marvelous Endurance, because that's just more survivability for us. And it just gives us an extra DR if we hit 25 or less HP. It's just a stable choice. And Haze of Dreams is probably the best one. Yeah. Hideous Laughter. Yeah, we'll go Hideous Laughter. Deep Slumber is only good for 10 hit die targets, which we're never going to find. Overwhelming Grief would probably be stable. But Heroism is also good. It's no Good Hope, but it is slightly better. Yeah, Good Hope it covers more abilities, but Heroism is lasting longer, so why not? Oh, here we go. Okay, well, let's see. In trading your deity for aid, you make a temporary oath of peace, granting you superior defenses, but means you cannot attack for the duration of the oath. For as long as you are subject to the spell, you gain a 5 sacred bonus to AC and on saving throws, as well as DR10 evil. You make a direct or indirect attack, or show any hostility toward any creature, the spell immediately ends. So, not good. Well, it is good, it's just not good in practice. Repentance, freedom of movement. Dawn. I am gonna go with... I think we want echolocation and freedom of movement. If we take these two, then I don't have to worry about using freedom of movement anymore from boots, so I could find a better set of boots to use. But we do get some other spells that we can benefit from, such as Waterfall, or as an example. But yeah, we get a few benefits from our Mythic. And as a result, our animal companion has been brought back to life. And because of that, our healing has gone to a ridiculous degree. Okay, is there anything under here? Okay. Now, before I go any farther, let's see. Yep. It is necessary to find a ship that will transport the commander to Kulfgir. And then, of course, we got to decide the Lexicon of Paradox's fate. So before we do anything, let's handle the lexicon. Gonna save here. We've got the ham sandwich going, so we got that going for us. We do have heroism up, so we will actually gain that benefit as well. Alright. And for our statistics on knowledges, we're looking good. It's just 30 plus, basically. Alright, let's go into our inventory here. We're doing quite well on leveling, so that's good. And let's see. The letters written by the hand of a real Warlush appear to have a life of their own. A moment of inattention and it begin to disperse, changing shape and moving towards the edge of the page, as though they are planning to leap off. The commander lays the second part of the lexicon of paradox next to the first, and the moment the letters become more intelligible, the lines of both parts now seem drawn to each other, straining to unite and form new sentences. Let's focus on the text. Stein attention focuses on a couple of words that seem only just swapped places. The words freeze as though they had never moved at all. At the corner of his eye, the commander sees several words on the other side of the page begin a discrete game of leapfrog. Let's join the two halves. Stein brings the two halves of the lexicon together, but nothing happens. No magic spark, no extraordinary transformation. The lexicon of paradox remains just two ripped halves. All that happens is that the lines of the text begin to move before his eyes. The letters of the two halves are striving to merge the words, but they cannot. Let's try to compare the words of the lexicon two halves to grasp their hidden meaning. As soon as the commander's thoughts turn to the lexicon's hidden meaning, the words begin to move faster before his eyes. The frantic motion of the words brings to mind a wasp nest that has just been kicked. The words arrange themselves into sentences, and phrases begin to make sense. It's a trap, a snare that will force the uninformed reader to set the book aside. The lexicon fights back against the commander's efforts as if issuing a challenge. It's trying to unravel his secret knowledge encrypted within it. Let's focus on all of them, I guess. Start with Knowledge World. The commander has in-depth knowledge of the territory of Old Socorus. Managed to roll a nat 20, okay. This allows him to easily grasp the meaning of the lexicon's texts. The word involves the geographical description seems to lose interest and fall away in a teeming swarm of phrases. Let's focus on the analysis of the mythical powers which transformation bestows upon demons. We rolled a 17, which got us 49, which is pretty good. Commander easily parses the calculations laid out by the architect of the world wound. The formula of the lexicon pages dwindle and bleed away, separating from the flurry of phrases. And now the lore religion. Okay. That's a load. Unfortunate, but not surprising. Gonna take some time to decipher everything, but otherwise... shouldn't be impossible. And yes, I am doing saves coming, because why not, right? Here we go. Alright. Knowledge World, Knowledge Arcana, Lore Religion. We're focusing on the description of the mystical properties of Demon Lord blood. There we go. Maintaining his concentration, Stein's eyes skim over the descriptions of the mystical properties of the blood demon lords. The now read phrases collapse into words, then into letters, so that they can leave the fussing swarm and vanish from the lexicon pages. And finally, focus on the description of the anatomy of mythical creatures. A uniformed reader might drown in the anatomical descriptions of the mythic creatures, but Stein easily isolates the relevant phrases from the hive of words, as if realizing that their effort is now moot. It encrypted phrases to camp from the frantic flock of letters. All the topics familiar to the commander have now left the swarm of phrases, congregating in the pages of the lexicon. The remaining words could be arranged into one whole, their meaning grasped, their secret revealed. And let's arrange the remaining words into phrases and grasp their meaning. At long last, all the phrases form an integrated text. Commander's patience and effort have overcome the lexicon defenses. The enemy has surrendered after revealed its precious secrets to Commander. The transformation process was initially conceived by me as a power source. However, in the course of my experiments, I learned that it partially solves the problem of the slow demise of the key. The power that manifests after transformation. I'm almost certain the mortals will devise some overblown name for it, like mythic or legendary, serve as an effective shield against the poisonous influence of the wounds. Problems arise when it is used. When the power is expanded, for instance, in combat, the shield is weakened. The infiltrating emanations of the wound strike at the key, wounding it and robbing it of its life force. Its problem is immaterial in comparison to second. The power is increase after transformation is not infinite, nor is it protective effect. I managed to stave off the death of the key for several decades, but despite achieving the extreme level of power bestowed by the transformation, at some point the key's protection will weaken. The whirlwind will prevail and consume the soul of the key. I must admit that my research has come to a dead end. I've developed the power of the transformation process to a very limit, and I have failed to find a way to completely cure the wound's effects, except for extreme measures. At this, the secret writing of Rilu Vorlush comes to an end. Whatever their significance, their contents will undoubtedly be of use to Commander in future. As if reading Commander's thought, the lexicon separates into two halves once more. And for it, we get over 300,000 experience. And now, we are going to save here, because we need to bring in a certain somebody. We're going to go into remote. We are going to bring in... Where is she? Here we go, Ember. Hello, Ember. Okay, we're going to save here, and we'll talk with... We'll just let things play out as they play out. Articular grants you a magnanimous smile. Are you finished with your business and ready to hunt down Hepsmira? My companion Ember would like to speak with you.
Ember? So that's her, then? Well, approach. I have heard you bleeding your pathetic prayers at me. You have some nerve addressing me with such nonsense. Did you think I would simply repent? Renounce my status as a demon lord? Do you have any idea what I had to do to acquire it? Wait, what is this?
Cocking an eyebrow, Nocticula looks down on her. Tears are rolling down Ember's cheeks as she sniffles nosily. She presses her maimed hands against her heart as she stares up at Nocticula, her fragile form shuddering from weeping.
I can't stand these noises. Do you think you're the first to try to move me with a display of tears? It only makes me angry. If you wish to speak, then wipe your nose and speak clearly.
Nocticula throws a disgusted look at the crying girl.
I know what you had to do to others and to yourself. I'm so sorry. So sorry. If only I could ease your pain somehow. Calm your sorrows.
He believes that deep down everyone is good, even creatures that are evil by nature.
I don't know what nature is and don't care a whit about cosmic good and evil. They are but labels thought up by philosophers. I know what power is. Pleasure. Desire. All this childish babble merely amuses me. Nothing more. So, where were we? My pain? My sorrows? What nonsense are you talking? Don't tell me you pity me.
I'm so sorry. You're the most miserable soul I've ever seen. I've seen people burned alive. People being devoured by monsters. People burying their children. They were in pain. So much pain. But I've never seen anyone in as much pain as you.
After taking a trembling breath, Ember wipes the tears streaming down her face.
What is this saccharine drivel? What do you even know of me, Nat?
I've seen your city. You were the one who built it. It is the way you wanted it to be. It holds all of your dreams, all of your heart, and everyone in this city is suffering. Everywhere, all the time, every minute. All who live here are hurting and scared. If these are its citizens, how miserable must its ruler feel?
And this is what you brought her to me for. You think this infantile sniveling is worthy of my attention?
Nocticula's lips curl in distaste. I've seen the truth of her wisdom more than once. Perhaps it would benefit you to listen to her as well.
As if I hadn't seen enough sanctimonious bores in my life. So, what do you suggest I do, preacher? Beg the good gods' forgiveness? Devote myself to serving a sword-swinging upstart, perchance? Or that old crone, the moon?
Nocticula stares at Ember straight in the face.
No. Gods can't help anyone. They're just like us mortals. Silly, frightened, clueless. You're almost goddess yourself. You know better than anyone that no one can save you. No one except you.
Save me? From what exactly?
From yourself. From what you've done to yourself. From the city you've imprisoned yourself in. Listen! You are a queen, but you're the queen of pain and filth. Your realm is a realm of your own suffering. You're almost a goddess. You can do anything you want. So why won't you make yourself happy? You could become the Redeemer Queen.
Oh, the Redeemer Queen! That's new. Never in all my years have I heard anything like that. Well, child, enough joking. Get out of my sight, or I'm afraid I might decide to keep you here forever as my fool.
Tilting her head back, Nocticula explodes with wild laughter. Her body is shaking and she doubles over, slapping her thighs with her palms. When she's finally done laughing, she catches from her breath. She wipes the tears from her eyes at laughing so hard.
Do you think she took my words to heart?
Who knows?
I suppose you're right. We'll see what happens.
I told you to get out! I don't want to hear your squeaky voice again!
Alright, let's get going. But yeah, that's all we had to do. Now we'll just kick her out of my party. There we go. And let's see. I guess we should decide the lexicon's fate. I'm probably not going to give it up like I usually do. We don't have to give it to her, so yeah. Forget about the lexicon. You won't get the book. We just get 20k experience. Nocticula's eyes narrow ever so slightly as she looks at you, like a cat watching a mouse. Such defiance can be dangerous. I asked your permission merely out of courtesy, but I'll let you keep the book. Fortunately for you, I'm not particularly interested in it. Alright. And that just leaves waiting for Arushale, I guess. And that will require a few days of rest anyways, so now would be a good time as any to just handle that. We have to regenerate our points to teleport anyways, so it's a good time as any to get those charges up. That does raise the question on how many points I do technically have. We got quite a bit of experience, though. With 50k more, we could level up. As for how we plan to get those, I'm not sure. I guess the easiest way would be to do some questing here and there. Okay, well, let's head back to the Bad Luck Tavern, because that's where we will find our targets. Or at the very least, it will help us find what we need to do next. We need to secure a means of transportation, after all, so... Okay. We will rely on the venture captain. Oh. Let's save here. Casting a discerning glance at you, the Count bows with dignity. Allow me to express my compliments. You managed to shut down one of the largest slave trade centers in the Abyss. Now that the flesh markets are closed, slave hunters will have more trouble selling their living goods. We'll have to look for new markets. The supply chains will fall apart, and the profitability of the trade will drop. I have to admire your work. You planted a rather sharp dagger into the back of the slave trade of the Midnight Isles. I found the Spinner of Nightmare's diary. Rufdos smiles dryly. I'm sure Hilor will be thrilled to learn of your discovery. I hope, however, that it will not encourage him to launch another suicidal raid in pursuit of the Spinner of Nightmare's head. If he finds his death, I hope that neither you nor I will be accessories to the horrible crime. Sometimes I fear that by keeping Hilor free, we are enabling a person obsessed with revenge, suffering from severe mania. I see. Show me your wares. Let's go price in descending order, I guess. This is a fake Nahindrian crystal. I guess we will need a high-quality bow eventually, but I don't think we have one just yet. Well, we do technically have one. It's just in our... We will need a bow, though. That will help us deal with somebody. Okay. Nothing too crazy here. Is there anything special in his inventory? I don't think there is. Yeah, most of it's just normal stuff. Alright, let's go talk with Bierla, I guess? The sorceress nods to you affably, even though, judging by her eyes, her thoughts are far from happy. Glad to see you again. You know of a pirate named Kurz. Scoffing in disdain, the sorceress smiles scornfully. Every aeronaut of the Midnight Isles knows that bloodthirsty animal. He's ignoble, a filthy scoundrel who revels in the depth of his mortal failings. Galarian, even the shackled pirates, usually at each other's throats, unite to hunt down degenerates like him and hang them from the yardroom. Crooks like him don't belong on a ship's deck. The right place for them is behind bars, the noose around their necks. I need to get to Kolfgir. Can you take me there? The sorceress looks at you, surprised. Aren't you worried about the curse hanging over me? You want to take me with you on a long, dangerous expedition anyways? You're either very brave or very careless. It really doesn't matter which. A defiant expression appears on the sorceress's face. We are quite capable of reaching the destination, no matter how long or dangerous the route might be. Starcatcher III never wavers in the face of a challenge. I sincerely hope you've chosen your best companions to go with you, because you won't be able to carry more than 6 people. Also, you should take care with your gear. On a long expedition, you can only count on the things you brought with you. For 150,000 gold coins, I can take you to that island in a first-class style. I'm going to Kolfkir on a noble mission. Maybe you can offer me a discount? After some hesitation, the sorceress nods. I believe you. If you really need to get there on an important noble mission, I can lower the price to 100,000. I can't ask for anything less, for maintaining the ship and its crew is no cheap business. I need to think everything over and make prep. Okay. I guess I can just, Alright. In that case, Starcatcher III and her crew are at your disposal. The ship waits at the mooring pillars, but you don't need to bother yourself by visiting that nasty and unpleasant place. After you're done with all your current business in Lucianera and are ready to head off, just use this portal. It will drop you right onto the deck of the Starcatcher III. I see. So if we want to go on the portal, then we're basically good to go. But we do need 50k experience if we want to get a level up, so... I guess it really depends on us. How much teleporting do we have? Not much, so... we will swap this out. Take this off. I guess I could remove all these, couldn't I? And just put them in a different tab, I guess. We don't need to worry about that just yet, though. For now, I think it's in our best interest to get some rest in. We'll go to the flesh markets, I guess. Yeah, the flesh markets no longer have their fun benefits there, so that's fun. I could probably get some skill checks away if I look around a little bit. There's probably one like over in the up there. So let's take the teleport over here. Up. Oh, hello. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I found my experience that I need. Let's try. Okay, don't need to really worry about rage, but, you know, it's there if need be. Alright, there we go. They're really trying. Okay, we'll activate Rage here. We don't need combat expertise, but we will activate Come and Get Me. And because of the way we've got ourselves set up, and because Rage no longer requires any need for a worry, we basically get this constantly, so that's good. And because our Rage is permanent, well, we can just trigger the attacks of opportunity as many times as we want, which is good. So having it is going to be nice. Okay, we'll start with the envious one. There we go. And then they're going to start wailing on us. Alright. And I guess we target the ordeal you do here. And the Marilith goes next. And GG. Done. Get a little bit more experience. Can't complain about that, that's for sure. Let's see. I think I've already gone up here. Could be wrong, though. I'm fairly certain I did, though. Yep. But we can keep climbing if we so desire. This will bring us to the 3rd floor of Elutionera. Okay. Now I think about it, there is one other thing that we can do. We've nearly actually leveled up, and I think we need to go into here. Is it? This is where the quest of the Cambions are, I think. Is what I thought. Maybe I haven't completed all the locations yet. What was it? It was in... not here. Notable? Here it is. Anatonic Titan's True Rune. 1 second. Here we go. 1 moment. In the upper city, on the roof of the House of Wicked Knowledge. Put in the special wall slot in the back alley between Lotvek's house and the Harem of Ardent Dreams to unlock the hidden abode. Okay. So we need to go down here then. And from there, we go to Arma Ardent Dreams. And hopefully we'll find our location, in which case, well, there you go. Is it down here? Yeah, I wager it's behind here, yeah. There we go. Okay, Bismuth, you can go down this door. You can save here. And then we'll activate this rune here. And we are given the hidden abode here. Let's save. And let us begin the hunt. We'll activate this. Off we go. Hello. Our plan has reached its final phase. Our agents are everywhere. Our allies wait for the signal to attack. Soon the Lucianera will drown in the blood of demons. Our master will be pleased. We'll regain our former power and glory, and those pathetic self-proclaimed gods will fall. I sense uninvited guests. Surely a demon spy. Kill him. Servants, seize him. If a couple of severed heads will ensure my survival under my new regime, I'm ready to kill everyone. Anyone, rather. Okay, then. This is sure to be fun. Oh boy, a kineticist. Lovely. Okay, we're gonna need to move over there then. Because the kineticists are gonna be a nasty piece of work. Let's see, what are they good at? Fire blasts. With magma effects. They're also good at earth blast. I guess this is the same here. Yeah, fire and magma. Alright, let's activate combat expertise here, just to be safe. There we go. We'll just play the defensive game. Have an absurdly high AC of touch. That's sort of what I'm going to be going for anyways, so YOLO. We don't need to worry too much about these guys empowering their attacks. Because, yeah. They're probably gonna miss. Yep, most of them are gonna miss their attacks, but we'll be fine otherwise. We'll have some insane healing coming for us anyways. Alright. Okay, they're using their bludgeoning effects, which, you know, I fair choice. Respectable choice. And using fire isn't gonna work. That dispel bomb, though. Ooh. You know what? That's a load from me. Yeah, no, I need to get rid of that dispelling bomb. That's a nasty little thing that we need to get rid of. All right. Yeah, we need to focus on the dispelling bomb user. This guy needs to go. Hold on, let's see. How are they hitting? They're rolling, 17s, damn. And they're hitting against my flat-footed. Okay, that would explain a lot. Okay, let's load. Let's, buff before we go any farther. If only to help our, cause. Just a precaution, if anything. Okay. We are going to use shield. I guess we can use reduced person. Yeah, we'll use that. What else can we use? We've already got mage armor up. It's actually a plus 10 bonus now, so that's ridiculous. We'll use blur, mirror image, to pair it with the bit of fun. Arrows are probably going to be an issue, but we got protection from arrows up, so no point in using that. What else? I guess displacement, haste. We've already got heroism, so we don't need anything further than that. We'll do false life greater. This will give us a nice boost of 20. Stone skin, already got up. Don't need echolocation. I think we've... Did we not have that? I guess I could put echolocation on, couldn't I? Yeah. Never hurts to use. I could use Heroism Greater, to be fair. This would make a +8 morale bonus on attack rolls. Or certain attacks and whatnot. So it would be +2 instead. Well, no, the morale bonus on Incredible Might is actually a +6, so... It adds a +6 already on top of that, so at most it affects saves, skill checks. Yeah, it just helps saves and skill checks, makes you immune to fear effects, and gives you a temp HP boost. Which is alright, but eh. The rest will leave be, I guess. Oh, secret ingredient. This is one of the 2 things we're given by the Lord, which gives empower and maximize spell feats for a minute. So once a day ability, so great for bosses, I would wager. It's got 1 charge. It's a 1 a day charge, anyways. And she also gave us another thing, didn't she? Forget what it was, though. Let's go by newest to oldest. Here we go. Yeah. Aspect of the Asp. +2 DC on poison spells, and all race spells deal an additional d6 +5 points of acid. Interesting. And I guess that'll have to do, won't it? Okay, we'll save here. It's as much prep as we're gonna get here. Here we are, right next to the horde. Bada bing, bada boom, we're ready. Okay. Ow. Seriously flat-footed among all of this? Damn. What a mood. Ow. Well, at least they won't be able to get too much hits after this, so that's good. Alright. Okay, so this guy has 69 AC. Not a fan of that, but we'll be fine. 57, so worst case we'll be suffering a 77 to hit. Thankfully, we don't need to worry too much about using combat expertise here, so that's good. We'll just spam the attacks against him. And yeah, there we go. We'll get some serious dodge from it, and we should be good. Oh, he's trying something. Nice try. Nice try. Okay. They're gonna try and get at me, but to no avail. We just have a absurdly high AC, and we're gonna be healing a lot, to be fair. And we're also doing damage over time across all of them in a 2d6 for fire. Yeah. Alright, that brings us to dealing with the Demodand. It's got a 73 AC now. We've got a 58. Not a lot, but it'll have to do. Pray that we get a lot of hits. First try. Fails to dispel a lot of stuff, but some of them is a succeed. Hee. Alright, I've almost dealt with the Demodad Enslaver, which is the biggest issue here, which dispels me. I'm at 75 to AC, but that's still good. I'm just glad Mage Armor is still up, so that's good enough for me. I heal 18 HP. Let's start dealing with the Demodad here. Back up a bit. I guess we'll need to activate a bit of fun here. Assuming we want to do that. Hold monster is still pumping through, but unfortunately it's not enough for them to stop me. Woes of HP, though, is going to be an issue. Ow. Nat 20s are nasty, though. Okay, Okay, I can't really tell what their to hit is, but I'm assuming it's pretty nasty. We'll 5 foot here. Take a blow at the Demodad here. Thankfully, it seems like it's only going to be 20 to hit us anyway, regardless of what they do. We have that advantage going for us, but yeah, it's not fun. Okay, that's another. Down. Down. There that goes. Ow. Not a fan of the nat 20s that are coming my way, but I have to handle it. Okay, let's activate... we don't need combat expertise. But we do need a distraction, at least. So I'm going to summon the Astral Deva here. Pray that's going to help a little bit. Ick. Well, at least the Astral Deva soaks some attacks, but it's not going to be enough. We're staggered for 5 more seconds. Okay. I am still staggered, but that's perfectly fine. There we go. Hopefully they miss enough that it warrants me being fine. Hey, there goes another. If we're careful, we can avoid this one's blows as well. We just gotta be very careful with it. Okay. Okay. God, I hate those attacks. Suck so much. Thankfully, my AC is doing well, so we don't need to worry too much. Good golly, do we need healing. Okay, start with Demodans. Okay. Have at it. Pray that we just take our lumps with no issue. Okay. Hey. All right. Nice try. Okay. Now we turn off Come and Get Me, because we don't need those for archers, do we? I think it's only triggered on melee attacks, isn't it? So... Alrighty. Okay. We will... Did we trigger Come and Get Me? No, not in this instance, but we will... What is there to hit? That's the question, isn't it? 41, so at worst we're dealing with a 61. And what about you? You're a very particular, accurate one. No, you just rolled a lot of good crits. Okay. So it's just a very specific failure on our part. Yeah, we'll just attack normally, it's fine. Okay, so she's stunned. Okay, I'm going to activate a bit of fun here to give myself a bit of a extra chance. We'll just move over here so that way we can actually access these two here for attacks. Here we go. Focus on you. Oh, hello. Even more, stringy demodads. Well, I'm not opposed to it, so let them come. We will activate... Well, no. Let's keep that off. We want to prioritize those archers first, because they have insane amounts of attacks. The numbers of attacks are the issue, mainly. Ow. Faith-stealing strike. We don't cast... Oh, we don't technically cast divine spells, do we? Okay. We'll, start with you. And we'll activate Come and Get Me at this point, because she's going to provoke anyways, so it's only going to elicit a stun like that. There we go. She's dead. These guys come in. Now we focus on you, because you can be stunned. There we go. Yeah, they're in for a rough time now. We should be able to just finish these guys off now. And the problem has been resolved. Took a bit of forethought and planning, but we managed to do it in the end. Okay, we gather this. Pick this lock for its loot. Well, I can't collect those archers, but I should be able to collect them when I leave, so... No harm, no foul. Oh, it's Nocticula. This dirty paper is covered in writing, though much of it has been furiously crossed out. Among the redacted scribbles, the following lines remain legible. O Nocticula, my ruin, my lady in shadow, the first of the succubi, the patron of murderers, the sovereign of lust. Thou art a black as the starless night, and beautiful as the heart of the hindering crystal. Thy legend is demise-born, thy fame is death-forged. Whither thou goest, all tremble. Thy wrath slays without pause. Thy caress is sweeter than the blood of the righteous. None can compare to thee, in slaughter or desire. Some thou brightest bringest down with a deadly strike, some with thy sweetest touch. May thou reign over thy servants, Nocticula, until the end of time. May thou be the eternal whip raised over the lords of the abyss. We get the Nemerius' Burning Brand, some cold iron to pair with it. A trap to disarm. Some loot to procure. But otherwise, simple as. And as a result of our efforts, we've managed to get a level. Now, whether I'll be able to loot these guys, I'm not sure. I don't think I will be able to, but it's not like they're gonna carry anything too special. So, it's no big deal if I lose out on it. I mean, worst case, I can always just check it out later. But we do get another level. We are now level 29. I believe my focus was going to be Barbarian, was it not? Fighter Mutation Warrior is tempting. But no, we're going to go Barbarian. Barbarian's just a stable choice in general. As for what we go... Let's increase athletics. What else? What will make us scarier? I guess extra rage power, wouldn't it? Let's see. Well, we're already selecting rage power, so there is no reason to not take another rage power. I think for us... Well, I did say I wanted guarded stance. This can actually access protected vitals, reflexive dodge, and rolling dodge. Yeah, so we're going to go with internal fortitude for this, and then for our actual rage power, we are going to be going guarded stance. So this is going to make us immune to sicken and nausea, which is a particular nuisance that we'd have to overcome. I don't think we're immune to sicken or nausea, so this would be a good ideal choice for us. And by doing that, we will get a +1 dodge bonus to our armor class for the duration of our current rage. So this will effectively give us a +2 AC. It increases by 1 for every 4 barbarian levels, so because we are level 4 barbarian, we will have effectively negated our rage negative by adding a dodge bonus to it. So as long as we keep that active, there's no reason to have it in our hotbar, because we're always going to want to keep that active. But yeah, now we've got that going for us. And yeah, that's that. We don't really need to take it, but we will take it all the same because there's no reason to leave it behind. Just a nice little addition for ourselves. We are now suffering from medium encumbrance, but that's not going to stop us or slow us down. In fact, it just gives us a reason to sell. That'll be nice. And I guess we will go to the Nexus here. I guess rest until Urushale is ready to speak. That's really all it comes down to. That I can think of, anyways. Let's go to the caves. I guess we can talk to Ember here, so we might as well. Alright. Glimpse a vague shadow behind a girl's back. You look closer, but it disappears, as if it were never there. You really think the demons will listen to you? They listened to me, didn't they? I told them what I wanted to say. They might have forgotten it right away, but what if they didn't? You've talked to Nocticula. What can you say about her now? She was laughing so loudly, but, you know, I think it was just so she didn't cry. People have so many servants, but not a single friend. So many lovers, but not one to love. So much power, and she uses it all to hurt herself. I hope she can change her life. It would be so sad if she had to live like that forever. I notice a shadow behind you. Yes, I saw them too. They come and go, but don't do anything bad. I don't think they're scary. Alright. But, yeah. I think in this instance, we just need to save here. And we're going to take the time to rest, because that will give us some more Arcanist points, which we do need to teleport around. It's literally the only thing we can think of. If there were a better means to teleport, I would certainly utilize them, but fortunately we just don't have that luxury right now. There's no means of teleportation among the many choices that we have. And yeah, intelligence is 14, so that's what? Character, let's go into Arcanist, I guess. Let's see. To do... We can hold a maximum amount of magical energy equal to 3 plus our Arcanist level, which is 4. And every day when preparing spells, it fills with 3 plus half the Arcanist level. Any points you would have from the previous day are lost. You can also regain these points through the consumption of spell class features and some Arcanist exploits. You no longer gain only 3 plus half your Arcanist level arcane points in the Arcane Reservoir after rest. Instead, you gain 3 plus your Arcanist level points. What does that mean, though? Give me a second while I check this out. Yeah, so you need a Arcane Reservoir before you can take full Reservoir. Okay, so you basically gain... Yeah, you basically gain 3 plus your level instead of 3 plus half your level. Which still isn't that great, to be quite honest. Ah, well. We can still technically teleport 4 times, so I guess it works out in the end, so... Whatever, let's get some rest. Because we've used Lucky Ham Sandwich already, we should probably change it to something else. I mean, I guess Demon Slayer Soup is the typical choice, right? And because I'm in no rush, I should probably take a few days, even. Yep. We'll rest for a few days here. It doesn't matter if we take time.
You shamans are strange. It's like you wield magic like clerics, but with strange spirits instead of gods. It makes me uneasy.
What does it matter where the power comes from? What matters is it's on our side.
Alright, well, a few days of rest is perfectly fine. Nope, not perfect, but we've given plenty of time to think and plenty of time to actually see some quests move in forward. I've been thinking, and... well, I had... You see, I wanted... What I'm trying to say is... Extremely embarrassed, Urushale's voice becomes progressively quieter, until you can barely hear what she's saying. Relax. Now summon your courage and tell me what you want to say. Yes, just give me a moment, sorry. After several deep inhales and exhales, Urushale finally pulls herself together and blurts out, I need to go back to my dream. And come with me, please. You finally figured out what to do with the table. No, it remains a mystery to me, but I have another idea. Something I can't do alone. I thought... This is going to sound odd, and I doubt dreams even work like this, but... What if I try to fall asleep inside my dream? Dive deeper into the dream world? What could I find there? What if that's where the answers to my question are hidden? What if it's Desna herself? Or even me, the real me? I should note, what the heck happened to Aibu since last we saw? That's a big dragon. But the problem is... The succubus blushes again, her voice dropping to a barely audible whisper. That's where the nightmares are. Someone will have to guard my sleep. Someone who won't get scared of what there is to be seen there. Someone who knows what kind of monster I used to be, and still accepts me. Someone... You need someone you can trust. Yes. Will you help me? Right now, or else I won't ever work up the courage again. You know, sleeping is the only thing you can do in a dream. In the dream world, your kiss won't be deadly, will it? Why are you saying things like that to me? You know I can't think about that. I could fall back into the depths of the abyss in a blink of an eye. You know what? Maybe this was a bad idea. Forget everything I just said. Oh. Okay, that's a load. Whoopsie. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. My mistake. But it was a respectable effort. Yeah, I should have just accepted the it went into dream. Seemed like a bit too forward there. Oh well. Here's what it is. Okay, we will change back to the Demon Slayer soup. Swap to 3-day, or 3 time, yep. I'll just skip through that, and we should be good. We managed to see the check. Nice. This will give us plenty of time to recover, which is what we needed. Relax, yep. Okay. Need someone you can trust? Of course I'll help. Let's go. Alright, so I will need to... I don't think I'll be able to handle this, because we do need to buff, but... I can try. Urushilei's dream is still empty. The faint smoky smell of burnt dreams still lingered in the air. Urushileia throws a cautious glance into the darkness, where her nightmares lurk, but there's nothing to see right now. They're there. I know it. Urushileia lies with her head on your lap. You see the fearfulness in her eyes. They'll come. I know it. Don't let them get me, please. What should I expect? I don't know. Too afraid to imagine. This is the world of dreams. The world of my nightmares. Expect anything and everything. Just don't be afraid. Go to sleep. I'll guard you. Thank you. She closes her eyes and falls asleep instantly. It's the first time you've ever seen her sleeping. Her face is unmarked by sadness, worrying, or embarrassment. Sleeping within her dream, Urushileia seems at peace and completely innocent. So beautiful, isn't it? You can barely make out the features of the shadow standing before you. A sturdy man in his 40s in a rusty mail shirt. His eyes are 2 gaping holes oozing with pus. More than anything in the world, I loved watching him. You knew that. That is why she took my eyes. You believe me. Get lost. Arrogant. You're in the world of dreams. This is my world. Hers and mine. It is you who is the uninvited guest here. More and more shadows emerge from the darkness. Their bodies deformed, mutilated. I don't care about you. You're dead. Not even here. Oh, I tell a lie. We're not part of the reality anymore. But now we're right here with you. The shadow points his finger at the sleeping girl's temple, as if taking aim with a crossbow. This is the place we'll never disappear from. She'll not forget me. She won't forget any of us. Won't ever forgive herself for what she did. The head of this monster is a haunted house. If you're going to be with her, you'll have to share this burden. Guilt, regret, memories. Think hard. Do you really want her and all her baggage? Are you all of her victims? What did she do to you? The congregation of shadows begin to move. Maimed bodies and despair-stricken faces surround you. From every side, you hear a choir of voices listening to Ruchelet's cries. She broke my legs and left me to die of thirst. Made me watch her kill my friends. Desecrated a temple of my deity with my intestines. Mutilated, tortured, burned, violated, drove to madness, murdered. I'll help her live with these memories. You think it will be easier if you're together. A shadow emerges from the crowd, but somehow different from the others. A young woman in a loose robe with a sacred symbol of a butterfly on her chest. It looks dark, not like the darkness of despair, but like a night sky. You think back to when Ruchelet told you her story. You're both standing next to a grave. This must be the priestess whose death prompted Ruchelet's redemption. After our encounter, after Ruchelet killed me, and then realized how much evil she brought through her life, she fled to a desolate place. She hoped that being far from humans would help her avoid temptation. But all isolation can do is help her unlearn her evil ways. Who, if not humans, can help her learn kindness and love? The priestess looks at you searchingly. Her eyes twinkle like stars. So this is whom she's chose to be her guide in the world of mortals. I hope she made the right choice. Are you the priestess that Ruchelet buried near the Green Gates? At least it is her image that I wear. I am just her memory. Bitter, painful, but still bright. I am regret, but I am also hope. On the path that Ruchelet has taken, I am her sorrowful guiding star. Ruchelet murdered you. You do not hate her for that. I became her last crime, and first step on the path to redemption. The last one she murdered, and the first one she felt sorry for. I am a sorrowful memory, but there is no hatred in me. Of course I don't wish her any harm. Tell me what's your name. The priestess makes an apologetic gesture. How can I tell something she doesn't know? Your eyes really do shine like stars. Are you really just a servant of the Great Dreamer? Or maybe you're... The shadow's twinkling eyes look directly into your soul. With a mysterious smile, she brings her fingers to her lips. How can I help her find redemption? We are her sorrow, her conscience, her cruel companions who tormented her in exile, but you can become her happiness. We chase her away from her old crimes, but you should show her what she has never known, neither in the abyss nor in the wastelands. And now we're up for a big choice. You've done so much for her already. You've shown her friendship, camaraderie, taught her to do great things, but now you have made her dream something more. Something that is both beautiful and deadly. You become one who will show her how to love. If you're not sure you're willing to follow this path all the way through, better step back now before you break her heart. I'll be honest, very much a fan of this storyline, and I'm gonna continue on with it, because that's just how I roll. I was considering the Queen romance questline, because I haven't seen that before personally, but I think that's more fitting for the Angel line, so I'll go with this one. I love her, and I want to be with her. You love me. Ruchelet looks up at you, her ruby eyes wide open. Her thin lips part and she moves closer to your face, but forces herself to freeze. Her hot breath burns your cheek. The shadows step aside and vanish into the darkness. The dream dissipates. The last thing you hear is the priestess's voice saying, "Take care of her." And that's the romance triggered. So yeah, you have to be very careful when it comes to romances in this game. Like, you can make it happen, it's just some work, some don't, but I really do like the Ursula line. It's personally my favorite. The dream has faded away, and you are in the real world again. Ursula looks at you, embarrassed, trying to find the right words. Thank you. Thank you for being with me in there. What did you see in your dream? Nothing. I expected to go to another, deeper part of the dream world, but I just slept. No dreams at all. I didn't see or hear anything at all. Only at the very end did I hear your voice. But it was the most important thing I've ever heard. Are you gonna go back to the dream world? Perhaps. I don't know yet. There's nothing in there after all. I guess I'll go back when I have a good reason to. Till then, let's just live in the real world. Welcome back to reality. Thank you. I think I know now why mortals compare the happiest moments of their lives to dreams. Oh god, Ivu's bigger. Oh dear, what have I done? We'll save here and see what Ivu has to say, if anything. Well, either way, Ivu's getting to be a really big dragon. But yeah, with that, we're basically good. I am gonna go to... yeah. Let's just get going. We are gonna... Oh, I did not mean to do that. Well, I guess I'm gonna need to go anyways, because we need to... Yeah, we need to do some teleport work in order to complete a few more things. It's nothing too crazy, it's just, get into new areas, basically. But, Ivu has gotten a little stronger. Let me just, cycle through things here real quick. Okay. Start with, abilities here. Okay. Fighting defensively can go here. Go. We've got Frightful Presence, so we'll put that there. Coup de Grace can go here, and the Breath Weapon can go here. Alright, spell abilities. We'll start with the healing. If my mouse would work. It's been having a bit of issues. Okay, oh, come on. That there, put this here. This is an aid spell. This is remove paralysis, so we'll put this here. And then cure serious wounds, remove blindness, remove curse, and prayer's a buff across the board, but we'll put that there. There we go. And let's see, what does Ivu have? I am actually curious. They are level 25 dragon, jeez. Okay, that's an insane high-level dragon for what it's worth. Okay. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there is 2 places we need to go here. Okay. But the most important is over here, actually. We need to go up here, specifically. Because there is a fight somewhere over here that we have to undergo. And it's not a pretty one. Okay. We're going to activate this. And we have to brace for the worst, put simply, so... Oh, whoops, I accidentally saved under 34, my bad. Well, I guess 34 is going to be close to 35, it's no big deal. Alright, we will use this to teleport up. Okay. It's you specifically, Soul Hunter. So Soul Hunter is a nasty little creature that we have to overcome. But first let's debuff here, or rather buff. Alright, let's quickly buff up. Okay. Start with... what do we do? That's a cure. DR5 Adamantine, and any creature that makes a successful melee attack against us suffers a d6 of plus cast level of piercing damage. The DR5 is nice. Echolocation's reasonable. Freedom movement we can get in boots, and we can just use echolocation from now on. Yeah, I'm going to activate Deadly Beauty here. And I'll activate Echolocation. And then we will quickly take off these boots. Free rain boots will give us freedom movement for free. Alright, perfect. That's 4th levels, now 3rd levels. We will use this to activate Believe in Yourself Dexterity. Believe in Yourself Wisdom. And I guess we could do Believe in Ourselves Constitution if we so desire. But yes, we get a morale bonus of 3, technically 6 in this case. That just makes our dexterity and wisdom insanely good. We could add it to another stat if we so desire. I don't think we need to, though. And I guess we can choose another stat that we want to increase, really. I guess Constitution would probably be the best. Because that would temporarily boost our HP as well. Yeah, let's boost our Constitution this way. This will make our Constitution ridiculously powerful. There we go. We could use Aid. We could use Luck and Resolve. This spell grants party members a +4 morale bonus on checks to overcome spell resistance, increasing save through DCU spells that require will. Nah, we don't need that. We don't really need Aid either, or Blessing of Luck and Resolve, because we're not immune to fears. Okay. We do need mage armor. What else? Unbreakable Heart is... Nope, we don't need that. Could use Bless, but there's no reason to. And that's basically it for casting. We are going to want Mutagen Dexterity. This is going to give us even more boost. I am doing this specifically because of how dangerous this enemy is. So we'll go Price and Descending Order now. Shield. Reduce Person. We don't need Remove Fear. We've got Immunity to Fear. Oh, what else? Blur. Like Poison. Mirror Image. Protection from arrows would be nice just in general. The invisibility. Displacement. Haste. Heroism. What else? Here we go. We do need Death Ward. We'll need False Life Greater. Don't need Freedom Movement at the moment. We will use this, though. Stone Skin's always nice. Don't need Echolocation. Available Polymorph? No, we don't. Why would we need that? But yes, that covers the majority of normal buffs that we need, so there you go. We will polymorph into our typical gold dragon states. And depending on what we face, well, I guess we'll see. Okay, we've got a reasonable amount of time to do this, so let's do this. Engage this man. Alright, the Soul Hunter. He has a nasty 61 to hit, but 81 AC is way within our margins. We're actually hitting 90s with how nasty we are. So we're just going to focus on the Soul Hunter here, with our to hit of 63, which is insane. I'm actually surprised that we're hitting this. I'm just going to move closer, so that way if they do attack us, well, there you go. I'm actually shocked I'm actually doing this much. Okay, this guy's stunned, so he has flat-footed now. We don't need to necessarily worry about that, so we're just going to focus on the Death Snatcher now. Here we go. Put them into a position where they're going to be forced to just deal with us. Okay, we're going to want to move these two out of the way. So that way they don't get attacked by accident. Where are you going? Can't have you running. You're using harm to get away. Respectable choice. Not gonna stop us from taking you out, though. Ooh. Well, originally this fight would be ridiculously dangerous, but we're just built different. We get these Salence belts, a +6 belt of dexterity, and when you confirm a critical hit for the next 3 rounds, the wearer gains a +2 to attack and damage rolls. It's decent. Not the best, but it's there. But yeah, this is the sort of thing that you're going to come to expect from these sorts of areas. So now, what I do is I just warp back down, go into the Bad Luck Tavern with everybody. And let's go. I do believe there is one more area that we can go to. But not sure whether it will be useful or not, but hey, we do what we can. I believe the area that we need to go to is up here. Okay. We will warp up to this. Because this is an area that we can access. Although, it does appear as though we're not going to get anything here. I thought there was like a trap or something here, so I'm actually going to load. That's unfortunate, so I'm going to have to load this anyways. Damn. Ah, well. For the sake of preserving our teleports as much as possible, we do need to do that. Thought we had something here, but I guess not. No matter. No matter. Just means we gotta deal with this guy again. We're all buffed anyway, so it's all good. Alright. Just move these guys out of the way. Oof. Yeah, they stand no chance. Prioritize the Soul Hunter here. Surprised I haven't got crit off on him yet. But, I guess he's circling of deathing. Okay, respectable choice. Yeah, but he's not going to be able to defeat us, so... Alright. Okay, and it just leaves these guys. And this guy is done. Take our loot. And let's see. What's it up here? Well, it's gone now, wherever it is. Well. Okay, well, either which way, we'll just teleport down. No harm in it. And we'll go from there. If I recall correctly, yep, we got a teleportation. We can go to... I want to say there's something in the... Yeah, if we go to the 10,000 Delights, exit out, I think there's one more chest that we can check out. I'm not sure whether you can climb to that or not, but if not, then I can just teleport to it, and we'll grab that, and then we'll be done with it. And I'll assume that's everything in this area. Or the areas, I should say. Whether it is, no idea. But I did my best to clear it out, so what can I say? So outside. Yep, there is one thing that is up here. So I'm going to get those two going back here. And if I teleport up here, I should be fine. So we're going to save here. And I do believe if we teleport up there, we can secure the chest. I'm not sure whether this is going to lead to a fight or not, but if it does, then so be it. But we can replenish our dimensional stride with our conversion. And yeah. We get ourselves the Triumphant Pain for our troubles. A +5 Agile Trident. And if it hits a new enemy for the first time, they must pass a reflex. On a failed save, they become prone and suffer 3d6 piercing damage. And if they succeed, well, they suffer a -4 to CMB. Which is equally an acceptable situation. And then we just go down from the rooftops there, because you can't go up. Alright, but that's that. At least I think that's it. I want to go through. Okay. But, yeah, that's that, I guess. Is there anything else here? I don't think there is. Yeah. I'm just, doing a once-over, basically. Alright. I am going to wrap it up here. We've managed to go for around 4 hours. It's a little late, so I really shouldn't be doing this, but whatever. But, yeah. The only thing we've got left is to go to Kulthgur. Hepsimira's whereabouts have been ascertained. She's on a remote island. So we just need to get there. But I'm going to wrap it up here. We've managed to do quite a lot for ourselves. We've buffed up to our Oblivion. We've tested the upper limits. We can quite literally take out bosses that are way higher than our levels should be able to handle, so we built a little better. But yeah, I am gonna wrap it up here. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream all the same. I know I did, and I will see you guys next stream. Take care, everybody. Have a good day.